We are live. Can't believe it. OBS actually remembered my stream categories too, or tags or whatever. Okay, OBS is recording. Beautiful. Twitch. See myself. Twitch. Hear myself. Excellent. Shoot a quick message over on Discord. Wow, we are live on a Thursday night. Final. Is that how you spell finally? Right now, that is. Throw a little Tyrannosaur Twitch link right there. All right. Sweet. Don't think anyone will see that, but that's okay. All right. All systems are go, I think. Whoa, professional grade beginner is already there in the chat. Professional grade beginner, what's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. I like that name. That fits me somewhat. Yeah. I don't think I've seen you around before, professional grade beginner. I would have remembered that name. For sure. So, welcome. Welcome. Well, I guess since you're here. Go. Dropping the raid. All right. First time here. All right. All right. All right. Nice. I assume you're a programmer of some kind, professional grade beginner. Give you a little spiel on my game. I guess now that professional grade beginner's here, I got to get my act together, get an actual introduction. Yes, the bad one. Psh. Don't sell yourself so short, professional grade beginner. I have no idea what I'm doing. We're just figuring stuff out as we go. Flying by the seat of our pants, I will say. Yeah, so we'll give you a little spiel of what's going on here. We're working on my game called Populus. It's kind of a stupid little game. But you can actually play it right now, believe it or not. If I got my Nightbot commands correct there. Populus.gg. It's Populus.gg. It's a game where you pop bubbles. That's about all there is to it, honestly. I feel like that should be kind of the official Discord. Reminds me of a game called Populus. Yes, the O-U-S, the correct, or the English spelling of that, yeah. Yeah, a few people have mentioned that. I've never actually looked into it. It sounded like it was an old game or something, some older game from, like, by old game, it sounded like it was something from the 90s or 80s, maybe. But I still haven't checked that out. But I assume this game is nothing like that because nobody should really be making a game like this. So like I was saying, it's a game where you pop bubbles. So we have an online, we just went live with our multiplayer actually this past Saturday. So there's a one-on-one online mode. So that's what happens if you click the play button. You'll wait for a match to play with somebody online. Somebody's there. Perhaps professional grade beginner is there. Populus is a really old game. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what that sounded like what, yeah, a few people have mentioned it. So I don't know if that's you, professional grade beginner, already playing, but yeah, basically you got these bubbles here. You see 4 in this circle, and you're trying to pop these bubbles as fast as you can in 30 seconds. And basically you have to pop the bubble that matches the color up in this position. So you hover your mouse over the bubble and you left click or you press the space bar. Then the time ends out or runs out, whatever. And then you see your stats at the end. So you see your own stats in blue right now. So like I only popped 1 bubble, and you popped 8 there. So, and then it shows like your mistakes. So mistakes are, you know, obviously if you pop a wrong bubble or something like that. So the idea is, wow, we got really similar colors this time. The bubbles are all random every time. But the idea is, I mean, you already got the hang of it, professional grade beater. What am I even saying? You've already got you got the gist of it. So, yeah, it's just supposed to be kind of a little fast skill game. You're just supposed to kind of crank and, yeah, that's pretty much it right now. Honestly, we're probably done with it. It's probably feature complete at this point. That's cool. Well, thanks for that. Yeah, so yeah, we got a strict schedule tonight, actually. A strict schedule. You were learning JS doing it. I'm pretty good with JS already. I've been kind of doing some web stuff for a few years now. I would say I'm more just kind of feeling out game development doing it. I'd put myself at an high intermediate level of JavaScript. Potentially. I don't want to say expert level at all, but because there's a bunch of stuff that I don't know about JS, but I get around JavaScript pretty well. Yeah, so the game is actually all pretty much vanilla JavaScript. So obviously the client is all where most of the magic is happening, honestly. This is all just an HTML5 canvas, and I'm just using the 2D canvas context, just really simple for drawing basic graphics, text and shapes and lines and whatever. So that's kind of how the graphics are done. Cactus Man, what's going on? Cactus Man, it's got to be getting late for you. Maybe not too late. I need to brush up on my European time zones. 2:35 a.m. Yeah, it's late. What are you doing up still? Hey, thanks for that pro tip, Cactus Man, on Discord earlier. I had seen that code formatting thing, and I was like, I had seen someone else do that, and then I had like Googled the triple tilde thing to give you like the code block, you know, the nice formatted block. Whoa, Retromo. The party of 34. All right. That's pretty sick. I'll take that. No, yes, Retro. I know Retro MMO. It's all right. We're besties, I think. I mean, at least that's what I consider us. Evan, thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. You were going for a while, man. And you were going like earlier. I think like when I started normal work, you were streaming. I think. And then you like started again or something. Forgot to thank everybody for watching and donating stuff. And plug Discord. I suck. No worries. Yeah, fat raid, 34. 34 viewers. Woo. Just join Jared's Discord instead. Well, yeah. I mean, if assuming your Raiders came over, Evan, you could just thank them in my chat. That's cool. Yeah, and I got a Discord too if you want. It's kind of crappy, but it's there. Your mom's brownies. What's going on? Thanks for the follow, your mom's brownies. I saw you threw that over there from before. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yes. So, well, I got to give the little spiel again. Professional grade beginner was hanging out, and I just gave the little Populus spiel, but I'll give it again here. But otherwise, we do have a strict schedule tonight. Got a lot of things to get to. Not really, but I'll just if I say it like that, sounds a little more like I know what I'm doing. Blue, what's going on? Late night stream. Yes, this is the first Thursday night stream in a while. Retro MMO, wait, it's Thursday night. Retro MMO just figured out it was Thursday night. I don't blame him though. His sleep schedule is crazy. I mean Retromo. Whoops. I don't know what I just did there. It's Thursday night. Why are you streaming? Yeah, well, I've wanted to do Thursday night streams for a while now. But kind of with the holidays and everything, it got a little crazy. And I wanted to just, instead of, I mean, I've been working Mondays and Tuesdays on the game, you know, kind of throughout the American workday. I'm part-time with my normal day job, so that frees up Monday and Tuesday for me to kind of just work on it. But I've been wanting to try to do, I mean, for the most part, other than those 2 days, I don't do a ton of programming, personal programming in spare time. So I wanted to kind of block off another chunk of time, you know, just a couple or 3 hours or so on like Thursday nights. So it hasn't happened in a while. It hasn't happened in probably like a month and a half since we did the last one, but I'm pretty sure the reason I found your channel was when you were doing a Thursday night stream. I rated you. Yeah, that's probably right, Blue. That kind of rings a bell. Are you addicted to streaming? You know, once you start, streaming is fun. Yeah, for sure. You do a lot of games, Blue, and I've never done a game yet. I mean, aside from playing Populus, every once in a while on stream. Popped a few bubbles on stream before, but yeah. I've never streamed a game. I've never streamed a game yet. Someday we'll do it. But anyway, we'll give you with all of Retro MMO's viewers, we'll give a little spiel here of the game. Populus. I plugged it down there in the chat, I think, but I'll throw it down there again. Populus.gg. That's Populus.gg. It's a game where you pop bubbles. It's pretty much all there is to it. I agree. Once you start streaming and have some nice interaction with chat, it's addictive. Yeah, for sure. I like hanging out with you guys, you know? So, yeah, as I've been saying, it's a game where you pop bubbles. So we're at the homepage here for Populus.gg right now. And if you click the play button, that actually puts you in a one-on-one match. So if somebody connects right now, nobody has to, but you know, if somebody does, then it'll join us up in a match together. Oh boy, Evan would suck at this game. Poor guy. There's somebody joined here. All right. Yeah, Evan's voiced his concerns for sure. Somebody's already whooping me here. But basically, you pop bubbles. So you pop the bubbles in the order that they appear here. So the bubble you're always trying to pop is this color here that matches the color. So to pop a bubble, you hover your mouse over it, you left click or you hit the space bar, and then you just keep going. You just keep going, see how many you can get in 30 seconds. So whoever that was got 28 in 30 seconds. That's what the red is. That was my opponent, and I'm the blue. You're always you are always the blue on the top there, and your opponent is always the red. So I got to come up with something to make that a little more clear, but yeah. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, we just went live with the multiplayer actually on Saturday. I wasn't streaming when it went live with the multiplayer, but you were a worthy opponent. Oh, thanks, your mom's brownies. Brownies? Your mom's brownies. I got to say the full name, I guess. All right. Yes. So like I was saying, we've got a strict schedule. We've got a strict schedule tonight. So we're going to pick up where we left off on Tuesday's stream. So that was 2 days ago. So we kind of have, well, we started implementing a sort of like a client-side recovery if the server were to go down. That was what we started working on. So what I wanted to do was just test, just kind of like reality check myself a little bit here a couple days later and just make sure everything we did on Tuesday's stream is capiche. And then if it is, we might just leave it as it is right now, because the one extra crazy little step that I was thinking of adding was, well, basically what we added was the clients will now, the browsers will now automatically, yeah, it's already happening here on this one, on one of my development ones here. So I put I'm running my server in this little command prompt, separate command prompt window rather than in the Visual Studio Code window. Terminal, whatever. Because it was a little annoying switching back and forth. You know, what I'm experimenting with right now is crashing, you know, and killing the server, and then making sure the clients are, you know, okay and recovering themselves and everything, reconnecting to the server when the server comes back. It's basically what I'm trying to test. So so I've got two browsers here now, and they're both connected to my local server. And we've already got some errors in here, and this is from already when the server went down before I started streaming. But basically what we'll see now, like we can clear these consoles, and then if I kill the server, basically the clients are on a 30-second interval to reconnect, to try reconnecting to the server. So at some point we should see an error in the console because they'll fail to connect to the server. Super ultra to meet you, Giranosaur. Full size. That's yeah, that's a nice comment. Appreciate that, full size. Thanks for the follow too, full size. I really appreciate it. I really do. All right, there we go. We got our oh, and I didn't mention this before, but you know, professional grade beginner. I know you're a dev if you're still hanging out. So my server is all in Node.js. Basically, it's a WebSocket server, and that's all I'm doing. So like, all of our game communication is happening over WebSockets. So basically, you know, I have an HTTP server that serves out the static HTML JavaScript file to the clients, and then they connect from there. They connect in with WebSockets, and that's where all of the online magic happens. The online play really happens. Because before we went live with the multiplayer, we just had a single player, and it was just static HTML and JS file, and the whole game just happened in the browser, just completely ran itself in the browser. So, yeah, we've already got a few. It's probably hard to see on stream, but now these have tried 3 times to reconnect. And if we bring the server back now, and obviously this is hard to see too, but we got our server back. It's back and running. And then after a certain point, we'll see a couple messages pop up here. There we go. So this player connected, and then now this player connected. So the browsers hit their 30-second interval and tried to reconnect to the server, and they did. So now I brought the server down, but we could go in and start playing a game. So now this guy's requested a match, and we can see that down there in the server, and then everything's fine. And now we can also kill the server mid-match, and then it throws this error, disconnected from server. The server's down, but we can bring it back, and the clients should reconnect. I'm gonna grab some more coffee, super quick. Just like 2 seconds, I'll be gone. 2 seconds tops. I'll throw a little Durana BRB in there, just super quick. We're not even going to do a be right back notepad message. All right, there we go. Our players came back. Our browser's reconnected. So that is working beautifully. Then I want to continue. When I get back from my quick refresh of my decaf coffee, Dunkin' Donuts decaf. Comes in like this really nice little plastic, weird shape. You know how most coffee just comes in like a cylindrical can? This comes in like this kind of like a squashed cylinder is really what it looks like. If anyone's familiar with the big Dunkin' coffee that you buy, ground, whatever. Anyway. When I get back from that quick coffee refresh, we're gonna keep going with this. I'm gonna try out all the different possibilities, because we want to make sure that nothing weird happens with these browsers, and that they continue to reconnect and also kind of gracefully handle any issues when the server does go down, right? All right, 2 seconds, be right back with more coffee. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. I can't stop you. Woo! All right, we are back. And I really need some water too. Oh man, we dropped 162 frames already. Hang on, let's check the old, well, the Twitch Inspector says everything's fine, so. All right. Anyway, let's just quickly, we're going to hop on over to our client code here really quick. And we're going to look at, oh, what happened there? My scroll all of a sudden stopped working. So we've got a few objects here. I'm in my application object, which I have a class for this object. But this kind of represents the whole game as an object, I guess. And basically each of these individual things, these individual objects we have here, individual properties, I guess. It's JavaScript. These could be whatever they possibly could be. For better or for worse. Basically, all these properties represent different screens that we could be on, different pages, maybe in a traditional web browser sense, maybe something like, pages might be the word you would use. There are no pages in Populus, no like separate, not doing different URL pages and routing in a traditional sense at all. But basically, like we've got the ability, so if you hit play, like this finding opponent thing is considered like another screen, right? Because there's like different components that need to be drawn on screen here, different graphical elements. They need to be drawn. So it's kind of like these objects here kind of are the grouping master. It's not really the right. Trash. What's going on, Trash? WTF is this late night stream? I've wanted to do Thursday night streams for a while, and I was doing them maybe like a month and a half ago at least. I did like a couple of them, and then kind of with the holidays and everything, I kind of got out of it again. So I've been wanting to get back into it and kind of just block this chunk of time for streaming. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, I've done the evening streams I have done. My mind just tends to like kind of fade out. I've already noticed a few times I lost my train of thought. So it was my birthday a couple days ago, and I'm 28 now. So I'm getting elderly. Weemy, did you just start? What's going on, Weemy? Weemy, what? It's like super early for you. No, thanks for hanging out with me. Yeah, I just started 30 minutes ago about. Whoa, your mom's brownies. Oh, thanks. Thanks for those bits. I appreciate that. And the happy B-Day. I wasn't trying to get people to say happy birthday. Although if you want to, go ahead. But never went to bed. Stupid exam. Shoosh. And you got to work tomorrow? Today? I think you're in my tomorrow already. It's 7:55 p.m. where I'm at. You're probably already in the next day, right? It's Friday, 2:55. Oh, so you're in so then you're the same time zone as Cactus Man in Germany, right? Yeah, because he threw out 2:35 before, so yeah. Gotcha. I was saying, I got to learn my European time zones. Deutschland. Is that good German? I have no idea if that was. All right, so basically we've got, these are kind of, for lack of a better word, these are the different pages we could possibly be on in the Populus game, right? So menu kind of means is the main menu. Match is actually the game itself, being inside of the game itself. The stats screen, that's after the game when you see your stats at the end, and there's, it shows your stats and there's buttons to quit or try again, retry, whatever. There's a tutorial, which is a version of a match with some extra little kinds of step things in it. There's the countdown timer, which I consider that a page, or not a page. I'm just using the word page kind of as a placeholder because I can't think of anything better to call it. But, like the countdown timer is, if I hit the practice button here, boom, starting in 3, 2, 1. That's the countdown timer, and then it goes into the match. We've got the match weight screen, which is the finding opponent screen. If I hit play and I'm here, that's the match weight screen. There's the post-game screen, which is like the message it shows for a brief period of time at the end of a match. So I've got my time and my development game here down to 5 seconds. So it said time's up there for a split second. So that time's up message there is the post-game screen. And basically there's a couple different things that could possibly, a couple different messages that could be shown there. And the only thing that's not really a screen is the match weight widget, because I couldn't think of something better to do, or better to name it. But the match weight widget is basically when you hit play and then when you go finding opponent, you've got the ability to, if you hit X, it'll just cancel, put you back to the main menu. But if you click play and then you've got this practice while you wait, because nobody's going to play Populus. So it's just logical that we have, let people do something while they're waiting for an opponent. So if you want, you can practice while you wait by clicking the little blue arrow button. And then that puts you into a practice match. But up here, we've got our match weight widget. So it's just basically supposed to be a little thing that's telling you, kind of showing you that you're still looking for an opponent is all it is. Because like now, at any point in time, now I'm on the stats screen, but the match weight widget is still kind of there. It just follows us around wherever we go. And then if you click, so if I were to click play now on this guy, then it kicks us right into a match because this guy was waiting for a match. Oh yeah, I forgot I made those a lot bigger there. Yes, so that's pretty much all of this shebang here. And then there's a bunch of logic. All of this stuff is to actually handle like different game events that are firing and then therefore like routing you, oh, you quit the game early, like you were practicing and you clicked the X button, so we have to put you back to the main menu. So all of that logic is kind of happening right here. And it's complicated. It's a little more complicated than I would like it to be right now. We might be doing some refactor on it at some point, but pretty good actually. My Deutschland, my German. But you're from Sweden, Weemy. What would you know about German accents? I'm just kidding. All right. And yes, my hair is a little fluffier than normal. I did take a shower before the stream. Did a little exercise after the normal job. Took a shower. So I'm all fresh. I'm all fresh for the stream. I might know more languages, says Weemy. I believe you. That's common in Europe, right? To know, a few different languages. Or you're taught, I guess you're taught different languages in school, right? At a young age, that is. Because like in America, you might take German or Spanish in like high school or secondary school. Grades 9 through 12. Americans might not be able to relate. Right. Yes. All right. So the one thing I wanted to do is basically just kind of test the whole gamut here of killing the server at any given point here. That's kind of what I wanted to test. And what we're doing to do that is we've got our WebSocket wrapper object here has a on close, so where we actually set up the browser API WebSocket object right here, where we actually set this up. So I've got a connect method on I've got an object that I call the WebSocket wrapper. Again, not very great of a name. But this is where I have a connect method where I actually try to connect the WebSocket and set up everything, set up all the event listeners for that WebSocket. So we've got a close method, or we've got the close event. So we add an event listener for the on close, and we pass a little callback here. And what we're doing now is we're doing, this is what we did on Tuesday. So we have a set timeout that we do, and we set that to 30 seconds. And that kind of reminds me, we should quickly, while I'm thinking of it, we should move that 30 seconds out. We'll move it out to our config file here. Because you have English as native. That's why I'm not able to relate, you're saying? Well, I thought you were saying because, well, in America, we just typically, you learn English, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you might learn. You have the ability to take some later in as kind of elective. Well, some schools might require it. I don't remember if other languages are required. Rocking the Mr. Mug tonight. All right, I want to get this magic 30,000 out of here. So that's the 30,000 milliseconds, or 30, aka 30 seconds. So we have WS, okay, client only. That'll be perfect. So we'll make this reconnect interval, I guess. Reconnect interval. Does that look good? And we'll put 30,000 there. 30K. All right, and then we'll do config.ws dot reconnect interval. There it is. Okay. All right, so we got that in a nice, more proper place. But now the problem is I've got all these different things, and I forget what all of them do, and the names are confusing, to say the least. Okay, so basically the set timeout runs if we detect the close of the WebSocket, which fires if we just straight up kill the server, which is really nice. Then we try to reconnect after 30 seconds. And then basically we call this .connect again, so it runs this. It's kind of a recursive thing happening here, potentially. So we call connect again, so then a new WebSocket is opened, and then again, so we're doing a set timeout, which only runs once, but basically a new WebSocket is opened, this function's run again. And then if it doesn't connect, our close handler runs again, tries to reconnect again, tries to create a new website, so we've got this nice little recursive loop that will run. And then, yeah, so then we've got a thing here where if the WebSocket closes, or we connect and the WebSocket, we fire on this close event of the WebSocket, we emit a game event called WS closed. So that's what this event emitter.emit. So the event emitter object is kind of my game engine global event emitter object. That's kind of how my game engine works. It's basically all event driven, or at least I should say the client. The client side is all event driven, which is good and bad, I guess. I don't know. Probably more bad than good, but for the most part, it works. Weemy, what is your server built? Oh, what is your server built with, by the way? Node. Yes, Node. Yes, sir. Imperium, what's going on? Good to see you. Progress? How are you, by the way? I'm good. Thanks. Thanks, Imperium. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah, I think you were here in the last stream, Imperium, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, all I've been doing is I'm quitting an addiction right now. Hey! That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good to me. So, well, maybe that's not so good. Well, I don't know if you're joking, though, or not. So if you are, nice. If not, you got him. You got him, Ace. I understand what you're saying. It's a good thing. Oh, well, it is. It is, right? Oh, we dropped more frames. All right. Yeah, at this point now, we've dropped way more frames than... I blame Twitch again. It's that Chicago server. It's that Chicago server again. A few streams ago, we were having a really rough time with the stream. And I checked everything all over my home network, everything, drivers, all sorts of stuff. And then I tried connecting to the other Chicago server manually, and it worked great. And now I think I'm connected back to the original Chicago server. Actually, I don't remember now. I don't care to look at this point. But since then, they seem to have gotten it figured out, but we're still dropping frames every once in a while. But it's way better than it was. Imperium, is this a different game? Or no. This is the same game. This is Populus. I was going to say we're probably still doing the same thing that you're doing. I'm taking way too long of time to explain everything that I'm doing. And we're not really getting anything done. So I normally, Imperium, because I know you were new, I think, from the last stream. I normally don't do Thursday night streams. I've wanted to for a while. I kind of have been out of it. So, have been not in doing, not been doing the Thursday night streams, kind of with the holidays and everything, kind of, messed everything up. So I'm trying to get back into it. So typically, although on my nightly streams, I don't get a whole lot done because, at this point in the day, I'm usually like, all right, we're winding down, we're getting ready for bed maybe. But yeah, we're gonna push through it. So I want to just do one final test of all of my stuff here. So again, we're gonna hop back over to our application JS file. So I want to just kind of run through all of our different screens that we could possibly be on and try disconnecting the server from those points, and just to make sure everything kind of handles okay. And for the most part, I know like the main menu and everything is fine. Well, and to test this a little further, we're gonna make this reconnect interval. We're gonna make it like 5 seconds, just for speeding this process up. And this is also why now I started running the server just in this little command prompt window rather than in our VS Code. Just so I can have all three of these without like doing this and switching and losing sight of everything and not being able to keep track of everything. So this should be a lot better. We'll do this. How about that? There we go. Oh, yep. All right, beautiful. All right, so our server is running. Imperium, did you fix that bug? Oh, you were around at that point. No, I don't know what I'm going to do about that yet. Part of me was just thinking of like, let's just brute force it. And I was going to have all my logging and everything turned on. And then just like turn on a podcast and maybe play Populus for like a couple hours. Not on stream, but just kind of have something going on and just play a bunch of games of Populus. I don't know if my wrist will hold up, but play a bunch of games of Populus, see if I can get the bug to happen again, and then just like just dig through the logs, and I should be able to, with the logging that I have, I should be able to see what the problem was. Because the thing is, it occurred just I think on Tuesday morning before the stream. Before I started streaming, I was playing, and then all of a sudden, I was playing on the production version. I was playing populus.gg. And all of a sudden, I stopped getting bubbles. And then there was an error in the console, in my browser console. And basically, I am, fairly certain the client and the server got out of sync. So when I popped the bubble on the client thought it was a pop, calculated that this was a valid pop. But whatever ended up on the server said, nope, that's an error. So like I kept the server's the thing that's generating the bubbles and sending them to the client. And then the client obviously, you know, thinks it's okay, so it lets you keep popping bubbles. But then the server hasn't been sending any new bubbles because you haven't been popping bubbles. Basically, the server sends bubbles on demand. As you pop a bubble, it'll send it to whatever player popped it first. So the server will generate a bubble and send that one down first to that player. So, yeah. So then I picked up on it right away because the client just wasn't getting any more bubbles, and all of a sudden there's like only 3 bubbles on screen. So that's obviously a clear issue. Did you watch that video I sent though, LMAO? Oh, I forgot about that. Imperium. No, I will check that out. I will check that out at some point. But yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. Well, actually, I'm gonna refresh my coffee real quick. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Hey, we're back. Whoa. All right. I'll be your moral support. Don't worry. Thanks, Imperium. All right. I got a little water this time. And again, yeah, I know the hair's a little fluffy. Took a shower. That's what happens. And I use conditioner even. So usually I got to sleep on the hair once to kind of get rid of the fluff. It's kind of my standard operating procedure. All right. So, Metalhead game dev be like, yes, pretty much. Well, yeah, I do actually like metal. Those are Ibanez RGs back there. Well, not the bass, but bass is an Ibanez too, but. All right, so we already kind of know. All right, we changed our interval of our client trying to reconnect to the server to 5 seconds now. So we can initiate that interval by killing the server, or there we go, killing the server, and then we should see the errors in the client once they try to reconnect. So that one tried to reconnect first, then that one. And now we start the server again. That one player reconnected already. Another player reconnected. Actually, let's just to help this along, I'm going to put some extra console logs just to make this a little more clear what's going on. So in the connect, we'll say, I guess I'm going to put a console log here real quick. Console.log WS connected. And then on close, we'll just put a little CLG here. WS closed. How about that? All right. So where's our server? Where is it? There we go. All right, so we got WS connected right away in the console. That's beautiful. So now we kill it. We get WS closed right away on both clients. Console.log is a JavaScript code. Yes, sir. Okay, WS closed. Beautiful. WS closed again. So we're getting those WS closed every time. Now if we bring back the server, WS connected, and like we can see on the server, the player's connected. Yeah, Imperium console.log is basically, it's a little bit of a meme in JavaScript, actually. Because people use it like a million times a day. Weemy, am I allowed to test stuff for you? I'm trying to think if. How about on one of our other streams, Weemy, or one of the normal streams. I should clarify, nothing expensive. Yeah, I mean, if you do anything that won't really screw it around, because I'm gonna kind of be focused on my dev stuff at the moment, my dev server stuff. But yeah, if you want to throw some stuff at it, go for it. I mean, I'll check it at some point, I guess. Well, yeah. Can't wait until I start using it. Yeah, Imperium, did you say you were learning? Is that... You said you were... Am I remembering that correctly? HTML. Right. Just pings, check vulnerabilities. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go for it, Weemy. Go for it. Actually, that's kind of an interesting thing. I've never actually... Because there's no... Oh, yeah, sure enough. All right. I know Java the most, though. Oh, yeah, right. Gotcha. Yeah, so you're good. You're familiar with programming. If I crash anything once, I'll stop, but shouldn't. No worries. I don't know. I mean, we got a good amount of people hanging out here. I don't know if anyone was playing. But and I don't have the server, the actual live server console up right now, but yeah, no. I was just gonna say, if you were gonna, I wanted to kind of focus on what I was doing at the moment. But at some point, yeah, I would like to, if you were gonna be messing with bringing her down kind of thing, I'd want to, yeah, kind of put attention on that. I like how the hover, I understand what you're saying, Imperium. I like how the hover makes it bigger. Yeah, like that. Adds pizzazz. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that was one of the things, like, because obviously, like, the main menu layout, it's not perfect. The colors, I don't really like them. I was just kind of fed up, actually, with finding colors. And the blue and the red I kind of had a while, but I was trying to come up with a new color for the practice and the tutorial button, and it was just like a mess. So a lot of this stuff and layout and everything is not the way I want it, but it's good enough. And I wanted to have a few things that, like, looked good enough. Mom's Brownies, I just copied that hover function thing and put it into the project I'm working on right now. LOL. Thanks for the idea. Hey, I'm glad I could inspire your Mom's Brownies. I'm glad I can inspire. And thanks again for those bits. I really appreciate that. In the B-Day wishes. All right. So, okay, so we pretty much tested the main menu stuff, and everything's working great. We bring the server back, and everything connects just fine. All right, so let's clear these consoles out. The error in the console, we can't really do anything about because it's a WebSocket error, and there's not really a way to catch it or deal with it. It's just going to happen. Basically, it's just a feature of using the WebSocket object, and if it ever fails to connect, you're going to get that. So, but the extra little console logs that we put in, those are kind of our own. Our own stuff that we'll get rid of. So, all right, so let's go into a practice mode, I guess. Let's just do a practice match, and then kill the server. Everything should just be fine. Because I want to make sure, you might think, oh, what does a practice match have to do with, oh, I didn't bring the server back yet. What does a practice match have to do with playing online and the server and WebSockets and everything? And it really doesn't have anything to do with that, but I wanted to make sure that I wanted to make sure that, because basically for an online match, it does have to disconnect you. So like if I put these two players in an online match right now, boom, and then kill the server, like the game ends, disconnected from server. So that kind of has to happen. And I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doing any of that with the practice match as well. All right, so here we go. Finding opponent. Opponent found. Again, if I kill the server, it says disconnected from server and then kicks you back to the main menu. Because the game cannot go on if we're not connected to the server. All right, so... Oh. That's right. There's a couple more things here. If you click the... Okay, so the server's down. If we click the play button... Oh. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. Why is that happening? Oh, because we're doing... Yes. Actually, that's really nice. That's actually kind of nice that that's happening. Actually, wait a minute. That's not... What did you find? Well, this is almost kind of... Okay, so the server is not running right now. Our WebSocket server is not running. So when I click the play button, it goes directly to finding an opponent. I would rather there just be a message that says, try again later, you know, not connected to the server, try again later or something. I don't even like using the word server. I kind of feel like we should say just disconnected. Lost connection or something like that. So what's happening is when the client tries to connect from the server again and it fails and it throws the WebSocket close event, it's pulling us out of the finding opponent screen here, which is good, which is what we want. But the thing is, I think I'd rather prevent you from even trying to do that. Like if you did finding opponent. Disconnected. Well, you know what? Maybe that's okay. Because maybe that's okay for now. It's not probably the best user experience, but it's good enough for now. And because we've got our interval set to 5 seconds just for testing. So this will be a lot longer normally. Like you'd sit here for 30 seconds before it would say disconnected from server and then spit you back out to the main menu. But maybe that's okay. So you might say like, oh, why don't we just like leave you at the finding opponent screen and then reconnect you and then put you back in the match, that would be just a little extra work, a little too much work at this point. I'd rather just spit you back to the main menu and then you know, you could try again to connect. And basically the server, if it crashes, let's just say if the server crashes, it restarts immediately. So if the server were to crash and then itself and restart, you'd be back in really quick. If I were to reboot the server while somebody was in the middle of a game, the server reboots really fast itself, like the actual operating system reboots really fast. You'd be back in, you know, 20 seconds. So, like, it's pretty, I was actually surprised how fast it is. So, even if I actually rebooted the whole server, you would disconnect, and by the time your 30-second interval kicks back to reconnect you, you'd be reconnected, and we'd probably never see an error in the console. So only if the server was down for like a significant amount of time, like if I was trying to deploy an update to a new version of Populus and I was just having trouble or something with something, you know, then it would be down for a while. But that's kind of okay. Even at this point, I'm kind of going above and beyond, like, I'm going above and beyond things right here. But I kind of feel like this is going to be okay. The one thing that's not really complete at this moment, and again, it might just be fine for right now, like who cares kind of thing, is the match weight widget. So we actually are getting rid of the match weight widget. So let's do this and then do that. So we're in the middle of a practice match, and then our match weight widget is up at the top, and then it disappeared. The Get It guy, what's going on, the Get It guy? Hosting, thanks for the host. I guess it doesn't mean the Get It guy is necessarily hanging out if he's hosting, but appreciate the host. All right. I'm down to the dregs on my coffee. Ooh, not very good. It's really groundy. Look at that. I think I got some leak over the edge of like my coffee filter in my coffee pot. All right. Okay, so as I was showing there, oops, I didn't want to do that. When our server goes down, let's actually just bring the server back up. Let's make everything kind of cool. Let's clear the consoles. Let's just get rid of all these errors. And then we're going to, we'll let this one just automatically reconnect here, actually. Oh, maybe it already is. So if I hit play, we got a match here. Pop a few bubbles. Oh boy. Time's up. Back at the stats screen. If I quit, we're at the main menu. So the match weight widget is still up here, kind of indicating that you're still waiting for an opponent. So if we kill the server, this should just disappear right now, as of right now. There it goes. So right now, there's no message, and that's probably going to be fine. That's probably fine for right now. I don't think we really need to. At some point, I've got the to-do of kind of coming up with a nice little like message system, like kind of like our tutorial has right now, where basically it's got just some text on the bottom that kind of animates up. So like it's giving you the instructions: move your mouse over the red bubble. When you do it, then it switches. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. And then a new message pops up. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. I don't know why I'm reading the messages off. But basically something like that would be cool, like everywhere. for all different things. So like you hover over the play button and maybe it says one-on-one, play one-on-one against Jared himself because he's the only Populus player out there. Or the tutorial. You hover over the tutorial and it'll say tutorial. Or it'll say learn how to play Populus with the tutorial, because that's what the word tutorial means, in case you didn't know. Maybe that'll be the whole message. Or you hover over the practice button and it'll say practice solo, offline, by yourself. That's what Jared does, because no one will play one-on-one with him normally. That's what the whole message will say. Speaking of which, as I was saying before that I was the only person playing Populus. There's actually, I have a Discord server in case anyone's interested. You don't have to join. You don't have to join. It's all right. But if you do, that's great. And I'll give you a warm welcome, a nice little warm welcome message. I usually try to personalize them, make them unique. So if you do join, there's a Populus section with a high scores channel, and if you go to that channel, you can see Trioxki's 124 pops in 30 seconds. 124 pops in 30 seconds. It's crazy. So yeah, that's there on the Discord if anyone's interested. And actually, Imperium, if you're still hanging out, Groupith asked on the Discord. I don't know. Well, yeah, I was saying there's the Discord, and if you're interested, Groupith on the Discord asked a question on the general channel, the main general channel. I need to kind of reword that channel name, but if you're interested in Imperium, there's a Groupith asked a question, kind of like a beginner question on doing some stuff with HTML and JavaScript. So that if you're looking at that, you know, learning a little bit more of that, you can see I actually typed up a nice little response with some code examples. So it's like some of the latest posts on the general channel. Not the Populus general channel, but the root general channel. I don't know whatever that is. But anyway. Yeah, Groupith had a question about kind of like having like being able to click a button, like an HTML button on a page, and like increment a counter, and then doing something like when the counter hits a certain number, you know, like 10 or something like that. So you click the button 10 times and then it says you win or something like that. So I kind of spun up a little example to kind of help him out. So anyway, man, we're up to 515 frames dropped. I wonder if that really is. I don't know what that really is. I blame Twitch. All right, so what did we just test here? We just test a practice match with the match weight widget. So that's pretty good. Let's test the tutorial with the match weight widget. Whoops. So we bring the server back. Ooh, okay. So we bring the server back. I forgot about that. bring the server back and we do actually we click here and then we can cancel, and then we go to like to tutorial, and then if we do, so if we kill the server, okay, match weight widget went away, but everything's fine. All right. Beautiful. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. All right. So that is looking pretty good. The one thing, yeah, there's one thing. There's one little thing. I'm going to do this right now. So we've got, on our WebSockets wrapper, we've got a method here called send to server. Basically, we've got a command that we can send to the server. And then there's only like 5 commands that the client will send to the server. They're actually right here on this side. So the commands that you send are a find match command, which is basically just the integer 1. Cancel match find. So like if you said I wanted to find a match, but then I decided to cancel. So like if I do this, we're at finding opponent, but then if I decide to cancel by clicking X, then that throws off the cancel match. We've got or cancel match find, I should say. We've got a quit match message where basically if you're in the middle of a match against one-on-one match and you click the little X button in the top left corner, then you quit. Then we've got 2 other events that are cursor moved and cursor down. And these ones both send like mouse positions. So whenever you send a cursor moved message to the server, you also pass in the position of the mouse cursor for both of these. Whereas these other ones are basically just sending an integer, and that's it. And then these ones send the integer 4, but then also the mouse position. So I wanted to split this send to server method out into 2 separate methods. One, which would, so I could kind of get rid of this if statement here, which is really not that big a deal, but you know what? Screw it. I'm not going to do it right now. We're not going to do it. Stuff's fine and fast enough right now. Split function into 2, 1 format. Yeah, so this is still a to-do list thing for me right now. But basically, we would just do, I guess we'll just do if this dot socket dot ready state equals 1. So I guess we're just going to throw a top level. If our socket is open, then we're going to send the command. Oops. So the reason is to just help prevent one little extra error. Well, you know what? Yeah, we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it. I'm just a little torn because I feel like I'm adding this if statement that's affecting a bunch of the code. Wait a minute. Wait, what was the thing I did before? Okay, we need to actually refresh. We need to actually refresh our clients here. And what was it that what was it that we just did before? I think we canceled. Man, I can't remember now. Can't remember what we were just, situation we were just testing to see that this didn't work, or to see that it, I think, because if I kill the server right here, we're good. We go back. I guess if I play and then click X here, that's where it was a problem too. If I click play and then X. Because if we didn't have this if statement here, then we'd have an error. So if we did that, we did, whoops, this, bring back the server. There we go. Refresh the client. All right, so if I hit play, or no, wait. If we kill the server, hit play, and then click X. Yeah, then we're getting this. So every time we hit play, I guess. Now, I thought, okay. All right, so let's bring back the server. Okay. So now we just don't have those errors anymore. Which is nice. Sweet. Okay. All right. That is looking pretty cool. 835 drop frames. It's ticking up. It's a lot better than it was. For a while, we were at like 10% dropped frames a couple streams ago. That would have been, yeah. Was that last week? Yeah, I guess it was last week. That was frustrating, to say the least. Okay, so yeah, so now everything, I think for the most part, let's just refresh these. Clean out the console and everything. Okay, so the other cases I want to test are, let's see, match, wait. Okay. So we're going to go back to our application file here. So we know the main menu's good. We know the match for the most part is pretty good. We know all these things are actually pretty good because I already kind of tested these, but the whole point was to just kind of test them again and make sure everything really was good. So the one thing I want to test again was the countdown timer. So killing the server while we're at the countdown timer, because that was a little bit of a trickier situation, and I want to make sure we test that during a practice match countdown timer as well. All right. Okay. Whoops. Bumping the mic. There's a cat hair in the microphone. All right. So the server's running. Both clients are connected. I'm going to click play and then click play. And then it's going to say opponent found on both players. And then I'm going to go over and kill a server at some point during that time. In fact, let's kill it when it says opponent found. Disconnected from server. Everything's okay. Bring the server back. They connect like nothing happened. They reconnect like nothing happened. So let's do it again, but this time during the countdown. So I'm going to click play, quick move back over to the server, and then Control C on the server here. And make sure everything's okay. So we're going to hit play. It's going to say opponent found. Then it's going to do the starting in 3, 2, 1. Opponent found. 3, 2, 1. Kill the server. Disconnected from server. Back at the back at the main menu here, and everything is okay. We're getting the errors here in the browser because it was trying to reconnect to the server and I didn't restart the server yet. So now we're good. And I've got this interval cranked down to 5 seconds right now instead of 30 seconds is what it will be in production. Okay, so that case is good. We're golden. Okay, so then just for the sake of thoroughness, let's just test again in the middle of a game. Or so if I kill that here, disconnect from server, we're gold. Bring this back. Everybody reconnects. Everybody's happy. We click here. Opponent found. 3, 2, 1. Server dies. Disconnect from server. Bring the server back. Clients reconnect. Ooh, everybody's just happy. Happy as can be. All right, so server, we're going to let the server die, and then I'm going to kill it right at the, or I'm going to kill the server right now. Everything's fine. Bring the server back. Everybody reconnects. Everybody's happy. Yes. Okay. So let's try it again. I'm going to pop some bubbles this time to make sure we get some stats. So the one thing is we do this, then we go time's up, kill this thing. Yes. So we killed it during the time's up screen, but the server had already sent the post-game stats down to both players before it died. So in this case, we've got the stats. Both players have the stats for the other player. Whereas if we kill the match, like right at the last second, whoops, let's bring the server back here. There we go. And then let's play. We got a match. And we're going to kill the server right at the last second of the timer. Disconnect from server. We went back to the main menu. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, and pretty much if we kill the server at any other point, we're going to be fine. Whoops. There we go. Ooh. Okay, this is a little bit of a weird case. So like this guy's match find didn't, yeah, I really got to prevent. This is one of the cases where okay, so my worst fears are coming true. And technically it's an edge case. What am I worried about? Nobody's going to play Populus. I don't need to worry about this. There could be bugs everywhere. Nobody will care. But you know who will care? I will. I'll care. So we're going to get this done. We're going to do it right. Can you hear that knuckle crack there? Okay. All right, there we go. So now I'm trying to remember what it was that was so bad that just happened. All right, let's start the server up again. This client reconnected. This client reconnected. Everybody's there. Everybody's here. We're having a good time. So what I did was we hit play, and then we killed the. Or no, wait a minute. No. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. All right, so let's go back. Let's just clear out these consoles because it's just a little confusing looking at all those old errors. So, okay, we killed the server. We killed the server, hit play, then brought the server back. So this player is just going to sit here at the finding opponent screen because it didn't have any reason to disconnect. But the problem is it's not actually, the server doesn't know that it's actually waiting for an opponent. So I really, basically, so we got a bug in that sense. That if that weird little thing of events, string of events were to occur, and then I were to click play on this player, Basically, this player became the actual waiting player. So now these guys are not getting matched up together. This guy is connected to the server, but basically it's sitting on this screen, but it's not actually waiting for an opponent. Because we clicked that play button, it took us to this screen. And then we reconnected the server before it had a chance to actually say, oh yeah, I'm actually disconnected. So what we need to actually do is when you click the play button, we need to check the status of the WebSocket and prevent you from even getting to this screen. So now, like if I go here, now we match up and everybody's fine in holy matrimony here. A perfect match. All right, so what we need to do is, whew, sorry, something about the evenings. I don't know what it is. I always, when I have done the nightly streams, that is nighttime my time, my voice is always rasps up quicker. Hey, what's going on with the? Oh, I get my label is pointing over my webcam there. Maybe that's just because your mom's brownie's name is so long that. Yeah, because I thought it didn't do that. I thought the width of it was less. That looks tacky, doesn't it? Well, the whole thing looks tacky. I got to redo all of that stuff at some point. I got to add a second emote. We hit another emote slot. We're at 17 subs right now. You know what that means? We get a second emote slot. In case you didn't know, what's the first emote? The Jurana BRB. A little toilet, because I take a lot of bathroom breaks. Although we haven't taken one so far this stream. So something about the evening. I guess I'm taking less bathroom breaks. TMI? No, I don't think so. Okay. So we want to do a... We want to do like a... I don't know how we're going to do this. This is... Well, actually, I kind of do know how we're going to do this. We'll do... All right, so let's look. Okay, find match button clicked. That's the important event. So the find match button clicked, that is this button. That is the play button. And there's another case, like after a competitive match. So that clicking that button fired our play match button or find match button event. Find match, isn't that what it's called? Find match button clicked event, right? And this retry button also does the same thing. So if I click retry, we're back here to finding opponent. So find match button clicked event fired as well. So we meet our toilet master at your service. Well, what do you work tomorrow, Weemy, right? That is today for you. Today's tomorrow. I don't know. You work in a few hours is what I'm trying to say. Right? Are you just staying up? You're just going to all-nighter stay up? How did the exam go, by the way? You said you were taking an exam, right? I guess I didn't ask how it went. Okay, so I guess what we need to do, the find match button clicked. We've got our event listener here. Little function. Little fancy little function here. And ooh, what is this? Okay, hang on. Let me look at what this little to-do is here. To-do, maybe disable the find match button after already waiting for a match. Yeah, actually, what happens right now if we do that? I guess... Wait. If... Otherwise we just skip. Okay, right. So if we're here, now wait a minute. Stat screen. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. All right. I thought I was on to something. Okay, so we brought that up. Where's the server? There's the server. Everybody's here. Everybody's connected. All right. So if we click the button. Okay, so if the match weight widget is something, because we're doing a check, if not match weight widget, which it would be null otherwise, basically, if it's. So if it's null, we go into this. But if the match weight widget is already there, the play button doesn't do anything. And maybe that's just what we want to do right now. So everybody's connected. Let's click play. Let's click play again. Nothing happens right now. Right. And like, you know, obviously in some sort of, you know, at this point it'd be like, you're already waiting for an opponent or something. I don't know. Like it would already be like, you know, there'd be something that would indicate to you, hey, yeah, we're already here in a game. So maybe we just do the same thing. Yeah. Weemy, wrapped up an assignment, got late. Now I'm at the point of no return. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't exam, just exam assignment thing. Oh, okay, gotcha. Woo! 1,100 frames now we have dropped. We're hanging at like a 0.3% dropped frames rate. It's been at like 0.3 now for a while, so I don't know. It's like we're on an interval of like dropping frames kind of thing. But it's a lot better than it was. So does Twitch Inspector doesn't seem to be complaining. So I'm going to assume that you guys watching haven't had any sort of weird latency issues or anything. All right. So I think what I'm going to do, we do another check in here. So we're going to do one more check. So if you click the find match button and we're not connected to the server, then we're just going to not do anything right now. And at some point when we add like a message system or something, we'll have a message for that will like say, oh, you're not connected to the server or you're disconnected. Try again later. In reality, like there wouldn't be really a later. It would be like try again in like 20 seconds. But I think what we want to do is basically what I was just saying. WebSockets wrapper.socket.ready state. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I guess let's just make this. Yeah, let's basically gonna make this button non-operative, which I don't like. Either of the buttons. So either of the buttons. If WS is not currently connected. Let's see here. Whoa. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, yes. Okay. I forgot. The server is restarting itself automatically when I make changes to the code. Still, because of the script that I have doing that. All right. So WS not currently connected. Yeah. I think that's what we want. And ideally, we would have a message. So now, basically, what will happen is if we disconnect from the server, and then if I click the play button, oh, I need to refresh the browser. That would help. All right, so we refresh these browsers, so now they have the actual latest code. Whoops. Start the server. Everybody connects. We're fine. I can, whatever here. But now if we kill the server, now if I click the play button, nothing. So yeah, like I was saying, ideally it'd be nice to have a message that would just say, oh, not currently connected or something. Something like that. But, we're not going to get too fancy with anything right now. I think this is good enough. Like I said, the actual downtime of the server, assuming WeMe doesn't bring it down, permanently. Just kidding. It's basically the only time it would be down for some extended period of time is if I was trying to deploy a new version and it was having troubles, whatever. So, and after I started digging into this, adding in this feature of the clients reconnecting, I started to realize that this probably wasn't the feature I should have been focusing on at this point in time. Like, there's a lot of other things that would, A, be more fun to work on and whatever. Groupith, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you. Jar took a look at your reply on Discord and been stuck all day trying to figure it out. This is what I'm trying to do, but I'm not sure why it's not working. All right, let's see your JS fiddle here. Oh, I see what your problem is here. And you don't mind if I pull this up on stream? Groupith. Yeah, we can take a look at this right now. It's fine. All right. I mean, I assumed that, but I didn't want to share anything you're not comfortable with here. All right. So let's pull this up. All right. So Groupith has got like a little clicking game here. Weeby. Code. Yes. Yes. All right. So the problem is right here, Groupith. So this if statement, you need this to be inside of our function block here. And I'll explain why. So basically what happens is when you've got your script here right now. So basically our HTML loads in our browser, right? When we load the page. And basically it goes line by line of what's happening. And, well, I don't know exactly how browsers and HTML parsers and everything work, but effectively, we're kind of going line by line. And then when we hit our script tag here, our script runs. And then, basically, our JS file runs line by line instantly on the page load before you even see anything. Sean Along Ding Dong is now following. Sean Along Ding Dong, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Let's see if we can make this a little bigger here. Is that bigger? Nah, bigger's not always better. All right, maybe that's a little better. Maybe like that. So Yeah, Weemy scope issue. You can zoom in a little. Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. Sean Along, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for that follow. Really appreciate that. Yeah, so basically, when our script runs at this line and in the HTML, we load our app.js, right? And then our JavaScript here runs, right? Runs line by line. It sets up a variable called counter, sets it to 0. Sets up a button that's the element, get element by ID. And side note, if your script tag was up here in like the head or something, it would break. It would crap out because basically this stuff hasn't happened yet. And there is no button with the ID button click if our script tag was like up here above body. Just a little side note, right? Because again, this same thing, the HTML is going line by line. So basically like your JavaScript, if it was like up here, if our script tag was up here, it would run this code before these HTML elements exist. Kind of the idea. But anyway, that was a side note, tangent, not important. So Sean is just lurking. Hey, I appreciate the lurk. I love the lurk. So yeah, like I was saying, we're setting up these variables line by line, right? We're getting those elements, putting them there in our variables, going down. Fantastic. Here we got our function definition, right? So the function is not running. We're just defining that harvest is the name of a function that's going to do this whenever we call it, right? So we know harvest is going to do this when we call it. It doesn't do it right now. It just says to the JavaScript interpreter, compiler, whatever, that, hey, we got a variable named harvest, and it's going to do this when we call it. We haven't called it yet, but here's what's going to happen when we do. And then it has access, this body's got access to like the counter variable and everything with that. That's JavaScript closures, whatever. That not important right now, but basically then we've declared this function. We haven't run it yet, but we're going to be doing something with it. And then we run this if statement here. And we run the if statement right at this point in time. We say if counter is greater than 5, message out in your HTML, you hit 5. Well, counter is still 0 because basically all this code runs in the blink of an eye. It runs down here, let counter be 0, let this. Like we're talking nanoseconds here, baby. We're talking nanoseconds of this running. And then basically we run our if statement right here, and then we go down, and then we get to where we're actually setting the listener. So, all right, Weemy's already fixed it, I guess. If I well. Anyway, I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense, groupeth, but basically this file all runs right in a row. And then what happens is here at the very bottom, you're setting the on-click event to our harvest function. So what we're saying is whenever our button is clicked, we're going to call this function. But again, we're only calling what comes up in this body here, or this compound statement right here. This is the code that's going to run whenever we click. This is it, right? The function runs, and that's it. This if statement ran right when we loaded the page, and nothing happened because this was false. This evaluated to false because counter is 0. So counter is not greater than 5, so we just skip right on past this. And we get to here. Groupeth is following. All right. Good deal. So, Groupeth, to solve your problem, and I guess Weemy already did, maybe, is you just move this guy up into here. I did tabs. I don't know what's good here. Tabs, spaces. I don't know what JS Fiddle's doing. So now all this code, again, harvest, this whole thing, this whole block is going to run whenever we click the button. So we increment counter. We set our HTML of this thing, which I guess is our total crops, right? So we set that to the counter. That's great. And then we have our message.innerHTML. You hit 5. So I guess message is nothing, is empty. Yeah. Whoop. Oh, no, that's a div. Is that what you meant to have there? Can you put you can put text in a div, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's empty right away. Oh, no, wait, alert. Oh, yeah, ID alert. There it is. So now if we do this, now this if statement is going to run every time we click because it's inside the harvest body, the harvest function body. So now, in theory, if we crossed all our T's and dotted our I's, something should happen. Okay, nothing happened. Did it not like update or something? Do I have to like refresh? Oh, do I have to hit run? Oh, maybe that's what we needed to do. There we go. Oh. Oh, yeah, you want to do greater than or equal to 5, I think. Is probably what more of you were intending there. So that way we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You hit 5. And then, yeah, then it keeps going. Yeah, so this is kind of, you were pretty much there, groupeth. You just needed to move that one little if statement into side of the function body. So if I put if statement in a function, and I could run a variable with a string when a number is reached. So if I put if statement in function, and I could run a variable with a string when a number is reached. Yes, I think what you're saying is already probably what I just explained showed there now, because now you're saying awesome. So I think, is that clear now? Indeed, very close. Yeah, you were right there, groupeth. Yeah, so this function this function runs every time we hit click because we specify the button HTML element right here, and then buttons, HTML, DOM elements all have like different event things. So one of those event things is on click, and we just set a JavaScript function to that on click property. And then we're basically saying run the harvest function every time we click the button. You could make it like on, I don't know, whatever other events there are. I assume maybe you're already good with that, groupeth, or kind of have an idea of that maybe, because you've already been messing around with the clicks and stuff. And yeah, I mean, when you're inside of this, you can do whatever the heck you want. You can, you can say counter plus equals 2, Who'd have thought? Maybe I'm harvesting 2 at a time now, right? And now it's, obviously we'd have to, set up maybe something a little nicer logic or whatever. But yeah, once we're inside this function, we can do whatever we want. So I owe you my life. No, I'm glad to help. I like kind of screwing around with this, and it's fun just messing around with just the JavaScript plus no library, pure JS, right? As JS Fiddle puts it, the pure JS, right? Pure JS in its raw, nasty form, whatever that is. I'm out of water. Thought I had a little drop in there left, but all right, we're still dropping frames. I'm sorry, guys. Yep, I'm going to add stuff when buttons are reached. Then 2x multiplier, sick, is unlocked, etc. This is how I'm learning JavaScript. Haha. Hey, this is how you learn, groupeth. This is how you learn. By doing. All right? You can't you can't just like, I don't know. You got to do your own thing and try to make it work. Make all the things work. Like if you just go through a tutorial, that's not really going to teach you something, because like going through a tutorial is like building a Lego set. Like anybody could do it, because you're literally just following the steps. Do this, do this, do this. But yeah, building your own thing, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. I'll keep that up just in case we come up with something here. Whoops. There we go. All right, so trial and error. Yep. Every mistake is a lesson. We mean no truer words have ever been spoken. I'll say that. I'll say that. All right. Okay. I need more water. Whew. Getting raspy. All right, so I think I wanted to test. Well, we just made it so that when you click the play button and the WebSocket is closed, we don't do anything. So now our play button does nothing. But if we reconnect the server or restart the server, our play button does something again. There we go. We're finding an opponent. And if I do this, we're all good. Everything's back. Everybody's happy. Tyrannosaurus is the best. No. No, seriously, I'm not. I'm a noob as well. I mean, I've been doing JavaScript for a while, but I'm definitely a noob at games and trying to. I mean, I've been trying to do games for a few years now too, but I'm still definitely a noob. Is the actual game server down? Oh. Did it? It should be fine now, but it might have restarted. Did you do something, Weemy? I can check. Let's just check that real quick. Open up the old WSL. All right. No? All right, let me check here. Yeah, that, because it looked, what happened to me was I refreshed one browser. Or I clicked play on one browser and I clicked play on the other one and they didn't join in a match. And then I refreshed the browsers and they were fine. So let's check that out real quick here. Oh. All right, we got a weird error here. Yeah, we got like a weird WebSocket error. Invalid WebSocket frame. Somebody must have been screwing around with something. Well, I got to look into actually handling some weird cases like that. Haven't done anything the past 30 minutes. Yeah, let's see. When did this... I forget how to... I gotta actually cat this file here. Oops. Get out of here. All right. Cat. Oh, something about this I gotta type this file path out myself here. All right, the server restarted at wait. $122,301. So that's 301 UTC 0. So that was 301. So that was like 20 minutes ago. That someone in something is probably me, but I was just looking for data and sent some random text data. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess I gotta tighten up the I have to tighten up the WebSocket because you could just pretty easy to just crash the server like that, just sending some random data or something like that. So let me add that to the Trello. How about? Why don't we? Sounds like an important thing to fix. All right, so we got that on the Trello. Beautiful. All right. Random data was message, Weemy is here, and test. Okay, so you sent like a JSON or just a JSON string. Yeah, I wonder if, well, because my clients are using, the client uses this. We do array buffer for the socket binary type rather than string. So in other words, when you do a send, when you do a socket.send, WebSocket, your WebSocket.send, you have to pass in an array buffer rather than a string. I manipulated the socket to look for XSS. Gotcha. Yeah, so there's some other stuff I want to look into and research WebSocket side to make sure I understand everything that's going on. Because yeah, obviously, if it's pretty straightforward to just crash the thing, yeah, that's well, you know, it's an exception I need to handle is basically the thing. But it'd be nice to be aware of what that thing is to be looking out for. Yeah, because it's throwing a very specific how big is that file? It's pretty big. That's getting pretty big now. I might have to clear out that log file. All right, let's actually. Oops. Can I? Oh my goodness. I guess we'll just do this. All right, hang on. I'm just doing something here. Or no, we'll just do this. How about that? Nice. Cool. Yeah, because the error we got was very much like, do I have it? It's a lot of games. All right, the error, yeah, we got was 1002 Ranger, invalid WebSocket frame. Yeah, so I guess I just need to be checking for probably any exception that comes through and just like killing that WebSocket or whatever. Basically would be the idea. Yeah. Nice. All right. Actually, I do need to take a bathroom break. Wow, we made it 2 hours, and I'm pretty sure I didn't take a bathroom break that whole time. All right. Jorana BRB, just throwing that in the chat. When I say saying Jorana BRB sounds really stupid. When I say that, I'm talking about the name of the emote. But I would never talk about myself in the third person without like verbs or something. I don't know. So when I say Jorana BRB, I'm talking about the name of the emote, just to be clear, so that you don't think I'm like wacko or something. All right, we're going to actually do a proper little be right back message here. Be right back. The only way to do the be right back message, or so I'm told. All right, we'll be right back. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Whoa. All right, so now I got the mic going here. We are back. Okay. So again, Weemy is finding really good stuff. So Weemy, I appreciate that. All right. So I wanted to test. Oh, now. Oh, not on this one. We go back to our. We go back here, and if I kill the server, this retry button's not going to do anything, which is great. And technically, if we bring the server back, click the retry button, now it works. So that is cool. That's exactly, well, I mean, it's exactly what we want for now. It's not really a good long-term solution, but I think it's good enough for now. As long as you don't think that I know what the F I'm doing, I'm happy. Nice. Well, I mean, you're just throwing some random crap at the server and you made it explode. So, and I've got a pretty good idea of how I can fix it, which is good. So that makes me happy. Yeah, and a lot of that, I mean, yeah, and obviously I should be doing some of that testing myself too, and just kind of trying to check that kind of stuff. But I mean, from the documentation I read about like the WS package, it wasn't like telling you like, oh, you should just handle all, it's a good idea to handle all these errors and just make sure that whatever, and make sure that all this doesn't, you know, like I didn't read anything like that. So I didn't see anything like that. So I assumed what I was doing was normal, standard. All right. So and I understand that like a lot of the times in the docs or like the NPM docs, they're just trying to give you like the node. That is, I'm using the Node.js WS package. That's what we're talking about. That's what is breaking when Weemy just sent some crazy data to it. So what I was saying was the NPM package documentation for WS was not, you know, most NPM package docs are very brief, and it's like the quick little hello world to get that package working and doing something, right? So there is a pretty long page of documentation for this, but you know, it's they want to write the code short and tiny and give you little nice clear examples on how to do something. But at the end of the day, I mean, they should be saying stuff like, it's a good idea to just do like a good try catch here, and here's probably what you should do if you get weird data or funky data down your WebSocket connection, you know. So yeah. All right. Yeah, so what else? All right, well, we wanted to look at the retry button. Let's just refresh these browsers. We wanted to look at not the retry button, the countdown timer during a practice match. We wanted to make sure that if we killed the server during that I was handling everything properly. So if I click practice button here, I'm going to click the practice button. I'm going to go down to this window and kill the server right away with Control C. Control C in a command prompt is how you kill a running program that's running in your console window. All right, so we're going to click practice. I'm going to come down here and Control C real quick. Practice. Control C. Perfect. We're fine. All right, so we're handling that. Okay. I like it. Oh. Just made a little throat gurgle there. Not sure if that made it over the mic, but it's a little embarrassing if it did. All right. So trying to think of what other cases we need to test. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure we're looking pretty good, and we've spent 2 hours. Well, we've been trying to really figure this out, but I think all of our match weight widget stuff is good. All of our match weight screen stuff is good. Post game screen stuff is good. Yeah, because all that's happening when we do... Okay, so here's our event handler for when a WebSocket closes. Or for our game engine event handler for when the WebSocket closes. So we've already got an actual on-close event handler. Wait, what is all of this? Oh, we can get rid of all this. This is the old thing. Yes, okay. Yeah, so our actual on-close event handler is already here. That's actually for the WebSocket on-close event. Anyway. But our application, sort of our game engine event handling is where we're actually making sure, like, if we're in a match... And if we're not if it's not a practice match, then we need to actually end the match. It's basically the idea there. So the countdown timer, oh, that's right. We added a countdown timer is practice. We added that Boolean there. So let's see, match ended, handler cleans up countdown timer, kicks back to the main menu. Oh, yes, because we emit match ended again. Yes. Groupeth. Another question I made, another button that is connected to a function that adds 2 every click to the counter. Now, how would I keep that second button locked until the counter reaches 10? Been trying button.disabled equals true, and it disables, but I cannot find out how to re-enable it. You could just do an if statement. You could just do like a big if. So inside of your second function, the second button function, just do a big if statement that says if counter is greater than or equal to 10. So that way, when that function will run, but that if statement will only be true. That if statement will only run if the counter is greater than 10. So basically, your function will do nothing. Your on-click function will check if that if statement is true, but it'll be false, and then it'll just skip the code. It's like you could just do that, but that wouldn't like make the button actually look disabled. So if you wanted to actually do the disabled like you're doing, that sounds kind of like. Cannot figure out how to re-enable it. Button disabled equals true. So can you do button.disabled equals false. Let's pull up your JS fiddle again real quick. Just real quick. Let's see what we got. So if we do, I guess we'll do, okay, so if I do button, well, I'm just going to do it with, well, I guess we need to create a separate button. I'm just going to do another button, ID button click 2, harvest 2, and then we've got basically this line again, but it'll be button 2, button click 2. And then can we do right here, can we do button 2 dot dis, do we get any IntelliSense here? There we go. Okay. So then if our timer is greater than, in this case, we're doing 5 still. So can we just do button 2.disabled equals false? Is that how it works? So then when I hit 5, will it re-enable? Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, so you would do button 2.disabled. You could just do it like this. Like you could just check groupeth. You could just check, like in our if statement here where we're going to say you hit 5, then you also just set disabled to false, I think would be maybe what you're looking for. Rodri Better. What's going on, Rodri Better? Thanks for hanging out. Do you be a hacker? Biggest hacker. Weemy's a hacker. He's breaking stuff. He just broke some stuff before. Rodri, no, I'm a programmer. I wouldn't really consider myself a hacker. I like building things rather. I would say a hacker is somebody who likes to, you know, try to break things. But, you know, they are programmers, but they like to break things. I guess you don't have to technically be a programmer. You could just be really good with, you know, computers, not necessarily be a programmer. But no, Rodri Better. I'm actually working on a game. I'm making a game. Groupeth. Okay, I was putting the disabled equals false in the second function. Ah, yes. Yeah, so if you put that in the second function, it'll never run because that second function will never run because the button's disabled and you can't click it. Not oh yeah, I was just kind of being funny about Weemy being a hacker too. Because Weemy's also a game developer, and you guys should check out Weemy's stream and stuff too. Making a game about space stations and atoms and creating things and like nuclear fission and stuff like that, like imploding the universe, something like that. No, it's cool stuff though. 3D game, unlike my game, which is a stupid 2D game where you pop bubbles. It's like for kindergartners, basically. That's what I should say from now on. Just be like, the game's for kindergartners. But yeah, Rodri Better, if you're still there or new, hanging out or whatever. Or for anyone else new. We're working on my game. Whoa. An anonymous gifter gave I Want a Math Debate yay. All right. I Want a Math Debate yay is now a subscriber. That's awesome. Thank you, anonymous gifter. I really appreciate that. I really do. That's thank you so much. I'm humbled. Very humbled. Humbled and honored, I should say. Whew, excuse me. But yeah, thank you, anonymous, for that. I really appreciate it. I like how every time you explain my game, you sort of add new stuff that's not in it. Yeah. Yeah, well. Whoops. Yeah, so for anyone out there who's new, doesn't know the game, Rodri Better, just hanging out. I got a game. If I can remember my Nightbot commands, I can get them correctly in there. Yeah, there we go. The game I'm working on, it's called Populus. It's a game where you pop bubbles. It's like for kindergartners. It's a stupid game, so that's why I say it's for kindergartners. But I actually like kind of playing it. It's kind of a skill game. You're trying to pop as many bubbles as you can. Nice try, Anonymous, to get Jared Tyrannosaur to say that username. So you can play the game now at populus.gg. Yeah, I put the link in the chat there. And if you click the play button, there we go. We found an opponent. So basically, it's a one-on-one game. Since we hit the play button, I'm playing someone else one-on-one right now. And you can see that little red dot up there moving. That's them popping bubbles and me not popping bubbles. So to pop a bubble, you're trying to pop the bubble that's in this position here that matches this color. So we're going to pop this blue bubble first. So you hover your mouse over it, you left click, or you hit the space bar, and then you just keep going. Whatever bubble's in that position, you're just rolling along, just popping as many as you can, as fast as you can. And then you got that 30-second timer on the side there. So whoever was playing me there, pop 12 bubbles. Or sorry. I only popped 12 bubbles. That person, my opponent, popped 25. They whooped me. Cointro won. Cointro. Tro. Sorry, it must be French. I don't know if I can pronounce it perfectly, but coin, I'll say coin. Coin won. Thanks for hanging out, Coin. Thanks for playing. I really appreciate it. But yeah, then at the end of the game, you see some stats. Obviously your bubbles popped, pops per second, and any mistakes you made. So that's pretty much it. And you can also just do the practice mode, which is just by yourself. You're not one-on-one with anyone else. Yeah, 30 seconds. That's your timer bar there. I don't know if I said that before, but pretty simple. If you make a mistake, you have to go back and pop that previous bubble. But if you continuously make mistakes, you don't have to. You just basically that previous bubble comes back, and that's pretty much it. So there could be up to 5 bubbles on screen at once at any given time if you make a mistake, but typically there'd be only 4 bubbles on screen. I gave you the long synopsis there. It's French liquor. You should try it. Cointro. Gotcha. Is botting allowed, Weemy? Bug report, the game is broken on vertical screens. Yes, I am aware. Yeah, if anybody tried it on mobile, I know it's an awful experience. Sorry, because basically nothing, if you do this is kind of what happens. So the screen resizes, but it really is only going to play pretty friendly on wider screens that are wider than they are tall. Landscape screens, right? So if you do happen to play on mobile, which I don't recommend, I have not focused anything on mobile development at all. No, it's a 1080 by 1920. Yeah, well, I'm saying mobile or anytime the height is greater than the width of the screen, portrait, kind of orientation ratio, whatever. If the height is greater than the width of the screen, you're probably going to have some graphical issues, is basically what I'm saying. Some stuff's going to get cut off. So that's on the task list, yes. Yeah, sorry. I guess I wasn't clear on that, Weemy. Yeah, if you play it on mobile, oh, we got another person here. If you play it on mobile, it would look like this. You wouldn't even see the side. Opponent quit. Somebody quit on me. All right. Yeah, and right now what I'm working on with Populus is not very exciting, but I'm just working on some stuff to help the browsers reconnect if the server were to go down. So I'll give the little tech explanation of the game too. I always forget. Most people that watch the channel are usually developers of some kind, so I usually don't explain. Well, I don't always go into all the tech details when I'm explaining the game, but basically I'm doing everything vanilla JavaScript. Not really, no libraries or anything in the browser side. There's basically just I'm using the graphics are all done with HTML canvas, the HTML canvas element, and I'm using the 2D context for drawing. So I mean that's a library, but I should say no the third-party libraries are we using in the browser. And then all the network stuff happens over WebSockets, so it's kind of fast and it's bi directional. So the server, you know, unlike with HTTP, a server can actually send some data whenever it wants to the client. So that's nice. Yeah, because I guess if you were doing a game in the browser without WebSockets, you'd be doing HTTP, and your clients would just have to be like polling the server all the time. I guess that would kind of be the thing to do. I quit on you, aka whenever I crash it. Oh, nice. I gotcha. But yeah, the browser side's kind of all my own kind of game engine, JavaScript client game engine, the different drawing elements on screen and whatever. I have kind of an event-driven engine for the most part. So I've got kind of like a global event emitter object that kind of basically all the different little game components kind of register with that and say, oh, here, I want an event listener for this event. Here's my event listener for this event. Here's my event listener for this event, for this event, for this event. And then certain things will happen and trigger those events, and then those event listeners get fired. And that's pretty much how everything communicates within the game engine itself. The server side is all Node.js, so JavaScript on the server as well. And I'm using the WS package for WebSockets on the server side. Node.js doesn't have its own built-in library for WebSockets, but for anyone familiar with Node.js, yeah, I'm using the WS package for WebSockets, and I'm using NanoID for the basically it's just for logging, so I kind of can generate some random player IDs whenever somebody connects or disconnects, and then I can see those, and just for logging purposes, so I can go back. There's no user accounts or anything with Populus, so you connect, you play. When you close the tab or whatever, you're gone. Your player disconnects and you're gone forever. And then when you reconnect again, you're a totally different player. You know. So these player IDs are just kind of for logging purposes, so I can kind of see as I'm going through here, like this is my development from earlier, my development server running here from earlier. So we log like a timestamp, and I can see that a player here requested a match. So this player requested a match, and then this player came and requested a match. So then when there's two players that have requested a match, they get joined into an actual match. So then I have an event here that says match, and then I have an ID for the match. So, and then we see the matches between these two players. So these two guys that connected in the match together. And then you see this guy quit the match early. And then I print at the end, we print the match stats, so I can just see some basic stats. Yeah. Talk more about the tech side of things than I typically do. But yeah, so yeah, we've been kind of just testing. I literally have written like 3 lines of code over this last 2.5 hour stream so far. It was kind of by intention, because I was really just testing what we added in on last Tuesday's stream. I typically stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Usually stream throughout the American workday. For anyone there, I mean, you can see my stream schedule and everything. Oh, and I'll plug the Discord real quick here. I got a Discord server. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? But the link's down there in the chat. If you join, you can see Truyaksky's world record Populus score. It's actually from the old version of the game now, so it's technically invalid, but I won't tell him that. We'll let him think he's still the world record champion. But yeah, under the Populus section on the Discord, there's a high scores channel. And you can see Trioxy's got his video posted there. He's got 124 pops in 30 seconds. 124 pops. It's outlandish, to say the least. All right. All right. Yeah, and well, I just realized, you know, that gifted sub, the anonymous gifted sub to I Won a Math Debate. Yay. I don't know if I Won a Math Debate is still hanging out, but congratulations, I won a math debate on winning the math debate. I'll just say that. I'll say that now. Thought I'd get that out there. All right, so oof. My throat just gets raw on these evening streams for whatever reason. I don't know what the deal is. When I start streaming in the morning, I'm just fresh and vibrant, full of life. But then on these evening streams, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. All right, so our game event for WS closed. So when the WebSocket closes, we kind of do some fancy schmancy game stuff. So if we're in the middle of a match, and the match is not a practice match, then we end the match. So if we're in a one-on-one match, we end the match, we throw that message on screen that says, server disconnected. That's an awful message, but whatever. I'll come up with something better at some point. I think we'll say maybe something like connection lost instead or something like that. Actually, I'm going to do that right now. That's a lot better of a message. All the way down at the bottom, I think. Nope. 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 Message. Yeah, here we go. All right, so instead of disconnected from server, we're going to say connection lost. Beautiful. All right, so that's if the server goes down. Or technically if we... Well, no, it would have to be if the server goes down for the most part. Or if we hit a client-side exception with our WebSocket. That's a possibility too. No, actually that's not, because it's JavaScript, it's the browser, it doesn't do anything when you have errors. Okay, so then if we're in the middle of a countdown timer, so that's what this if statement here handles. If we're in a countdown timer, and it's a countdown timer before a practice match. So this is like the 3, 2, 1 that you see on screen before we're before the match starts. We do the same thing. Same exact thing. All right. So we've got the match wait screen. So that is when we click the play button and we are waiting for a match. Is the server running? No, let's do that. There we go. So that is this screen here, finding opponent. Oh, wait, I'm on the live site now. So that's this screen here, finding opponent. That's the match wait screen. It's a little more complicated here. If we lose connection to the server there, we destruct the event, we set it to null, we do some other stuff. We set up the post game screen, which is the message that shows disconnected from server. Right? Yeah, so if I kill the server right now, well, not disconnected from server, we change it to connection lost, right? So now, it still says, oh, because we didn't refresh, okay. So we do this, there we go. Oops, there we go, finding opponent, and if I click X, oh, and that's not what I want to do. Here we go, finding opponent, and then if I Control C on the server right now, it's going to say connection lost. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Our config needs to be rebuilt. All right, hang on a sec here. Hang on a sec here. Yeah, it's side details. Don't, wait a minute, it didn't work. Oh no, there it did. It worked, okay. All right, so now if we're in this part here, we play. Now if we hit Control-C, it will say connection lost. I have to F5. All right, this is awful. Nobody's going to ever come back and watch this stream again. All right, so there we go. Play. Now Control-C the server. Connection lost, finally. Just waiting for you to say it randomly. Should be careful. I don't know about TOS. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Weemy. terms of service, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, I guess. All right. Yeah, we still are dropping frames from time to time. Okay. So everything is looking pretty good with this. Like I'm pretty happy. Bekitty, good job. Thank you, Bekitty. I had a network error. Are you still trying to screw around and bring down the server, Weemy? You're welcome. Oh, okay. You're talking about something else. Bekitty's my wife, so she likes to hop in and say good job every once in a while. Even though she... as promised, if I break it once, oh, gotcha. Nice. Bekitty equals waifu. Yeah, I guess. Groupeth. Oh, another Wisconsin native. Wisconsin. You knew I was from Wisconsin, Groupeth? I guess I do say that from time to time. Oh yeah, Groupeth, you're from Wisconsin, right? Didn't we talked about this, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, I remember that now. I remember. Yeah, because I remember you were asking about jobs in Wisconsin, and I was kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. About like tech jobs. Yes. All right. All right. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about this whole disconnection thing. I think we're in a pretty good spot. So the next thing I want to work on in the next like 20, 30 minutes or so was on my task list was I would like to, well, okay, there's two things. There's two things I want to work on. I don't know if we're going to get to the actual second thing, but the first thing is kind of a dependency for that second thing. So the first thing is I want to do, I think we can switch. All right, actually, I'm going to clean up some stuff here really quick before we get into it. We're going to clean up those messages. We had those console logs that were spitting out. All right. And we're going to get rid of this little command prompt server, and we're just going to do node start server right here. There we go. All right. So I wanted to basically, I wanted to start working on something more fun. than this disconnection stuff. What in the, come on. I got rid of those console logs. What's going on here? Oh, wait a minute. Not that one. Uh-oh, hang on a sec here. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I should be careful about talking and deleting code at the same time. I should be careful. All right. I just deleted our in-game event emitter call there. All right. So now, there we go. We're good. Yes. So what I wanted to do is I've been wanting to add this feature for a little while now because I think it'd be nice to have. And the thing is, I want the screen, when you make a mistake, I want the screen to flash red. Not flash, but like pulse red, the entire screen. And I know that sounds bad, but I'll explain a little further here. Let's actually change our timer back to 30 seconds now. 30 seconds. Come on. Where is it? There's a 5,000. There we go. Okay. Time to learn Python. Oh. What are you talking about, Weemy? So I want, well, actually we don't need to do this. All right, so we're back to 30 seconds now. So I want when you have an error like this, and right now it just shows this little red flashing dot. When you're playing really fast, like when you're just popping bubbles at mad speeds, you're not always like focused in on the little error. So it's like sometimes you're playing so fast, you miss the little error thing. So the idea is I want to have the entire screen flash red, like kind of fade in red, like a little sine wave probably. Fade in and out red. Kind of like what we already do with the with this red dot right there. It's somewhat subtle, but it's actually a little sine wave pulse of the alpha of the color is fading in and out, right, on a kind of a pulse. So basically just one of those pulses is what I want. Just one like, so, and it wouldn't cover all the visual elements, but basically it would just fill in, what I'm thinking is it would just fill in the red. It'd fill in the entire screen like rectangle red, but like it would be underneath the X button. It'd be underneath the timer. It'd be underneath all the bubbles in the play area. And I think the actual inside of the play area here, that wouldn't turn red is the idea. So like it's more of just like a heads up thing, like you made a mistake, not supposed to actually disrupt your gameplay. So that's kind of the idea. So this little red dot is supposed to like show you like what you did wrong, right? Like it's supposed to show up here if you went out of bounds. It's supposed to show up here when you tried to pop the wrong bubble. It's supposed to show up here when you missed popping the right bubble, if that makes sense. So the thing I want to do that I haven't done yet is I actually need to, in order to do this properly, I wanted to organize all of the Z indexes of all the drawable elements. So all of the visual elements on screen, they've got like a Z index, so I can specify like a height or something. And that's kind of how I do it in my game engine, where I kind of have, you specify like a Z index, you know, whether something's going to draw on top of another thing. Much like the Z index property in CSS. But what it basically does is it just, each drawable element on screen, like a circle here or this or that or all these little circles here, they all have their own function that runs. And basically the order that you run those functions determines what's going to draw on top of another thing. So basically I have like a little z-index number. That's just a number I can specify. Whatever number you want. 0. I think you can do negative numbers too, technically. Yeah, negative numbers work just fine too. Because it just does like when you add a drawable element to the screen, it just puts it in line with whatever z-index there is. So then all the drawing functions execute in order. So like, well, I should say kind of from the bottom up. So the things on the bottom will draw first, then something that should be on top of that would draw second, so it actually would draw on top of it. It's kind of the idea. And it's, for the most part, it's kind of subtle, the places where that actually matters. One case would be, you know, the red dot here, because it's drawing on top of the bubble, right? So the red error indicator has a z-index that's greater than the bubble. But basically, all of these z-indices that I've set are not all stored in one place where I could like easily like look and see what all of them are. So that's what I want to do right now, is actually just organize all those. And I actually created a little task for this. So we're still going to be kind of, I'm still going to kind of think about how I want to handle the disconnection stuff, which is what we're working on, what we just were kind of working on. But now this is the new thing. Move all the drawable objects z-indices into config. So I want to just organize all of these z-indices, put them all in one place so I can see them. And that way we can then more easily going forward kind of organize how we're going to have the order of everything with this red screen flashing, basically. It's the idea. So I think we'll do that, and then we'll probably get the stream wrapped up. I don't know how long that'll take, so we'll probably go another like 20 minutes or so, and then probably start wrapping up the stream, because I'm getting a little tired actually. We're getting close to 3 hours, which is about the length of time of a stream I want to do. All right, so the Z, I'm looking in my config.js file here, which is kind of my master configuration file. So this is where kind of all the magic numbers go. And this thing might look kind of like a mess, and honestly it kind of is. But we want to go to, there's a client only section here that will only go to the client. And I want to think about, I guess we need to probably create our own, we probably need to just create our own z-indices. So it'd be like config.z-indices.something. I think that's, yeah, we might maybe create like some, yeah, yes. Let's do this down at the bottom, I guess. Actually first, ooh, yes, I have a z-index here already for the button. And I'm not going to use the word z-indices. I'm going to say z-indexes, because indices is kind of weird. I know, I think indices is technically the correct way to say plural index, but we'll say indexes. Okay, so the button one I already want to move out, actually. So let's do a find replace in this file just for z-index. Actually, let's just do it for the letter Z. How about that? Okay, so that's the only spot that's saying z-index. Let me just make sure I didn't change anything else. Okay, sizes. Size, z-index, size. Okay. All right, so there's already one z-index in our config file, and we just need to move that out. So we're going to go to, I guess, actually, and we'll take care of this one right now, since we already have it. So this is for the button object. So we're going to go to button here, button, and we're going to look at where we actually, I guess that's up at the top here. Z-index config.button.z-index. Okay, so we're going to kind of refactor this a little bit. We're going to get rid of this Z-index property here, and we're going to, down at the bottom, I think, we've got colors here. We just added that, so we're going to have kind of the same thing. We're going to make this an object called Z-indexes. And then we're going to say, ooh, actually, we're going to be using this colors thing too. Anyway, oh. All right. Okay. So the first one, I guess, will just be, we'll do a property called button. And we'll make that 10. And then what we do here is over for our button z-index, we're going to say, instead of config.button.z-index, it's going to now be config.z-indexes.button. And I kind of want to put these like in order of their z-index of the number. So, okay, now what we need to do is we should actually do a search for z-index. Probably. What happens if I create something without a z-index? Let's see what happens. I want to test that real quick. So if we do a, we're just going to do like a real quick test of, I guess I'm just going to do import circle from circle.js. We're going to delete this in a minute here, but I just want to do, we're going to just do const c equals new circle. And then we're going to specify a, or wait a minute, we got to do a size.r, whoops, size r is going to equal 50, and then we need a position, and we'll say 200, whoops, position needs to be x, 200, y, 200. All right, so I'm just going to create like a random circle on the screen. The color should be black by default, and I think if we don't specify a z-index, actually, I could have just looked this up. Couldn't I have? Yeah, I probably should have just done. Okay, so the default z-index is always going to be 0. Ah, this makes things annoying. That's JavaScript for you. Because it's going to be hard to go and find all the drawable elements that need to have a z-index set in the first place. I guess maybe we could make this not 0, and then it would fail. That would actually be the way to do it. We make this not default parameter equals 0 anymore, and then it'll fail because we're going to try to like sort the drawing. When we try to insert the drawing function into the whatever thing, it's going to fail because it's going to be trying to sort on an index that's undefined. Hopefully, because then again, JavaScript doesn't like to actually warn you about any errors or problems either. So we'll try that out in a minute. But first, we're going to move everything that we know is actually good. So for that, we could probably just do a search on the string z-index. And yeah, this should pretty much tell us all the files we need to go through, pretty much, because there might be some where we didn't specify, and that's going to be a problem. And basically what we're going to do is just copy. Oh, great. Oh, no, actually, this is fine. Yeah, this is going to be fine. I hope. Yeah, this might be worse than... maybe worse than I would like, but all right. So the button's good. We can get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of all of this junk here for right now. Whoops. This. Yeah, let's just close everything for right now except drawable and application. And then I'm going to open up. Oh, great. Do I have to go? Okay. Oh, just another little tidbit. I always keep my client code here on the right. Is this the right? Yeah. And the left pane, I usually keep the server code. So again, since the server's JavaScript, it's usually a little weird. So you can confuse yourself because things look identical for the most part with certain things. So the one thing that I don't do, well, actually, I keep my master config file here. So this master config file contains values that will go to both the client and the server. So I usually keep that in this pane here. Just a little nugget of knowledge there. All right, so we're going to open up our bubble file first because that was the first one in our list. So we open that up over here. And then I'm going to go back to the search results, and we're going to see a commented out 7, which I guess maybe we can delete that. Oh, that's for that key hit indicator. Okay. Well, yeah, just in case I do something with that again, I'm going to let it break. Outline circle Z index 1. Okay, so we could do, what do we have? We've got bubble, outline circle. We've got, where else do we've got? We've got some Z indexes somewhere else. Where are they? Okay. All right, so that's the bubble Z index itself. Okay. All right, so we've got bubble. We've got bubble outline circle. Okay, so we're going to come back to our config. We're at Z indexes. So we've got, again, I'm going to sort these by number, kind of. So we got bubble itself. What did we say that was? 0. We've got bubble outline circle. It's going to equal 1, right? All right, so now this Z index is going, instead of 1, is going to be config.bubble outline. Oops, config.zindexes.bubble. Oh my goodness. Bubble outline. It's getting too late. What? Why isn't this showing up? Oh, I didn't save. That's why. All right, so now this will be dot bubble outline. Okay. Maybe if this bubble out, there we go. Okay. It didn't show up because when I make a change here in this file, it actually, a script runs and generates out a new copy of this file that's just for the client. And that's what this thing is reading. So, additional tidbit there, in case you were interested. All right, so good. Now we've got these other zeros, which is just going to be bubble. So zindexes.bubble. So basically, anywhere here in our search results for the string z index, we just want to not see any. We want to not see any like magic numbers here. We want to make those all be. Well, some of these are not also the parameters getting set. This is just anywhere we find the string z index. Okay, so we want to go down to the bottom where we've got these zeros, and then this is going to be config.zindexes.bubble. Bubble. Beautiful. And then there's another one down here. Config.zindexes.bubble. Bubble. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so the bubble.js file is done. We can minimize that. So now we've got button, which, oh, we've got a couple other things here that we do need to take care of in the button file. So let's go back to the button file. Button.js, there we go. And yeah, so we fixed the 1. So we made that, so that top line 1 is good there. But then we've got config.button, okay, z index plus 1. All right, so what is that? That's the text. So I guess we could say button text. So we got button and button text. And then, is that it? Yes, that should be it then. So button text is going to be 11. So we got button text. So this was kind of a relative thing before because the button, it was just taking whatever the button z index is plus 1, but we're turning that into actually like a hard-coded thing now. There's not really a reason to have that now. I mean, I just need to remember that if I do change the z index of the button, you know, we'll go in and actually adjust that number, whatever. All right, so instead of this, it's going to be config.zindexes.buttonText. And that's all we need for that. And I believe our button.js file is done. All right, we got button wrapper. Button wrapper. That's really old. Why is that showing up? Button wrapper. Didn't I get rid of this? Didn't I get rid of this? All right, I guess we're keeping this around for now, but should get rid of that. That file shouldn't be getting imported anywhere, but anyway. All right. Button wrapper, that one we don't care about, and that's not even the same z index. That's actually a CSS z index. I just happen to use the same exact name. Okay, so canvas wrapper, this is fine, this is fine. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, canvas wrapper reads the z indexes, but it doesn't actually have anything for it. Okay, so cursor crash indicator. So we're going to open up the cursor crash indicator file. We can close the button file now. Cursor crash indicator, that's our little red blinking dot whenever we make a mistake. So here we get just a hard-coded z index 4 equals 4. So that we will go like right in here then, and we were going to say cursor crash indicator, and we're gonna make that 4. And then here we can go config. Do we not actually import the config? I guess we're not. Ooh, that's not the right one. There we go. Ooh, that's not it either. All right, that's better. Config dot zindex dot zindexes dot cursor crash indicator. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so that's good. Is there something else with the cursor crash indicator that does it? Only the one line. Okay. Oh, cursor crash position marker. That is a separate thing. Okay. So that's also got a 4 position. Okay, so cursor crash position marker. Yeah, we got a couple things with this one. All right, so cursor crash position marker. So we've got a z index of 4 somewhere. Okay, so a z index of 4. And I guess we will come in and just say cursor crash position marker 4. And then here, whoops, and let's save. And then here we're going to do config.zindex.cursor crash position marker. Beautiful. All right, so we've got z-index in a couple other places. All right, so this is the outline. So we'll come in here and we'll do cursor crash position marker outline equals 5. And I'm not going to type that whole thing. Well, I never do anyway. I hit tab to autocomplete. All right, so the z-index here is going to be config.zindexes.cursor crash position marker outline. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so okay, there's one more somewhere, right? Or did my, according to our this dot z index, oh, okay, I guess that was it. Just those two. All right, cursor trail. Cursor trail. Cursor trail. How are we not getting any actual z indices here? This dot z index minus 1. Where are we setting this dot z index though? Oh, I bet you when we instantiate it, I bet you. Okay, so the ghost. Okay, so we need the cursor. Okay, so let's do this in 2 steps here then. So the cursor trail gets instantiated in the match class. I'm just going to take care of this right now so we can handle the other case. Groupith, heading out for the night. Thanks for all the help. Hey, thank you, Groupith, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, have fun coding and everything. Actually, I said coding. I don't like to use the word coding. I like to say programming. You know, because at the end of the day, the writing code is just part of the job. You know, the programming part, that kind of encompasses the whole thing. You know, you're trying to manipulate the computer to do what you want. And like the actual writing the code part is kind of separate, right? Like there's more of like the thinking part. I'm trying to think about what I'm doing, and that's like where the bulk of the work is happening. You know, like you're trying to think, okay, I need to move this. I have some data here, and I need to change it a little bit, and then move part of it here, and then do this other thing, and then do that. That's like the programming part. That part, you're not typing the code, you know. Then you get to the part where you're typing the code, and then like that's the coding part of it, you know. Anyway. Weemy, code, heart. Yes. For sure. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to sound wrong. I like programming languages and code, but I think using the word coding to describe the programming, I feel like they're not quite synonymous. You know, I feel like it's maybe a bit of a misnomer, maybe, or maybe I'm just wrong. That's also pretty possible. All right, so we've what are we looking for here? We're in our match file now. Okay, so beautiful. Well, we're gonna fix this one later. Where's the match? Drawable match. Maybe we just skip right to the match right now. I don't know. Oh, the drawable is done. Technically. All right. Okay, so I'm trying to keep track of what I want to do in my head here. All right, so we should have a cursor trail, and yes, here's where we're passing a z-index. All right, so cursor trail, we'll have this as cursor trail, and then this is going to be 5. And then here, whoops, we need to save this. Then we come here and we say config. Whoa, Nelly. Oh my, config.z-index, z-indexes dot cursor trail. Beautiful. So that is, believe it or not, our cursor trail, the little trail of line there behind our cursor whenever we move it, right? So that's the z-index for that. So we're setting a z-index of 5. That puts us ahead of the bubble z-index, which is 0. So that's how it works. All right. So that is good. Also, organizing our colors is something I want to do, putting all of those into the config file and everything. Config.zindexes.cursor trail. Okay, beautiful. Also code hate too. Yes, that's part of it. That's part of it too. Okay, so now back to our cursor trail object. We've got these like relative references where we're taking that z-index minus 1. So we're taking 5 minus 1, 4. Am I right on that? So then this would be cursor trail ghost. Okay, so cursor trail, for whatever reason, all this cursor trail stuff is all ending up around the 4 and 5 z indexes. All right, so we're going to say, oh wait, what did we say? 4. Okay, so cursor trail ghost is 4. Okay, so then here we can come in and we're going to say config.zindexes.cursor trail ghost. Okay, and then there's one more reference. Oh no, that was it. Why do I keep thinking I'm seeing more than that? All right, so the drawable part is good, but we're going to kind of keep that open. Speaking of code, I got the role and permission system implemented today at the CRM I'm building. At work in the CRM I'm building. Oh, sweet. Nice, nice. Cool stuff. CRMs. I like it. So is it like a full custom CRM you guys are doing, or? Yeah, and quick question for you then on CRMs, kind of a work question. How do you make it work with like email? Because for my day job, kind of thinking about CRM kinds of things actually, and just curious about how does it work with like email, and like if people are selling. I assume you've got like, you know, obviously you've got salespeople or something that are dealing with customers, and like how is email managed with that? Does that make sense? Did I say that correctly now? Or is email managed at all through that CRM? You know, like an email conversation. Email is separate. Okay, gotcha. Because I know some CRMs like do stuff with email, like trying to, you know, because I've had it before where like a salesperson for something will like email me about something, and then like that person will quit, and then that salesperson like quit, and then like their manager will like email me and be like, oh yeah, I'm picking up where this person left off. Hi. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm always like, how are they actually? I mean, like, I understand there's some system that they're doing to like hand off that stuff, but anyway, Office 365 something, doing something with Office 365. I got you. All right. Okay, so wow, we're at 3 hours 13 minutes. All right, we're gonna push through. We're gonna finish these up, and then we're gonna close the stream down. So we got a few more to go. Match.js. We're going back to the match.js file. All right, so we've got a z-index of 3 for our play area. That's an easy one. So we just go here and we do play area. Oh, play area. That is our play area boundary circle. So that's a 3, and then we make this config.zindexes.play area. Beautiful. All right, so that took care of that one. For whatever reason, that one. Oh, we already did that one. Okay, so here's one with a z-index of 1. Here's one with a z-index of 1. Okay, so this is progbox. Progress meter. Why is this still called progbox? Is this even being used? We don't have designated this email as this customer, just support at company. Oh, okay, gotcha. So you've got, I guess, a much more, or less, I guess, not super complicated setup where there's like a million people emailing like every day about things and different things, whatever. Okay. I gotcha. However, all right. Prog box. What did I just rename this and like not actually progress meter? What is the progress meter now? I remember it was a thing, but this must be the hourglass. I just maybe never renamed it. Where do we actually create an hourglass somewhere? All right, I don't want to do a search. Well, I guess I can do a search in here. Hourglass. Wow. All right, well, okay. I guess I'm just going to keep that name Prog Box for right now. So this 0 will be Prog Box fill 0. And then this will be config.zindex.progboxfill. This one's the outline, right? Progbox. Yeah, I guess we'll just say. Yeah, or we just say Progbox. Okay, so that's 1. So then right above that we'll do Progbox 1. Okay, and this will be config.zindexes.progbox. There we go. We will have it, what you're talking about, to the customer side of things. Every customer requires a contact person email, so that could break. Gotcha. Oh, I read differently what you were saying before, I guess. But okay, I kind of understand what you're saying though now. Or yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. And you mentioned Office 365 for email. Right. Yes. So I'm yes, like obviously probably most of whatever companies these days are using like Office 365 for mail or whatever, or Gmail maybe, Google Business or something. But what I was talking about was, is there like a way that your CRM is like managing the email for a given like contact person? Is kind of what I was saying, like keeping conversations, right? So like, oh, I know that this conversation is for this company or this salesperson or or this other person at that customer company or something. That was more of what I was getting into. So like you would already have Office 365, but you'd have some other like system or custom system where you're like keeping track of email between the two. I don't know if that makes sense, but because you were talking about salesperson connected to customer, right? Yeah. Yes. My question was more like, are you doing a system to like, so it will keep track and hold emails for customers? Yes. Well, I meant not email addresses, but actually like conversations or something like that. That was more of what I was getting at. I don't know if I'm still making sense. Oh no, conversation. Okay. Gotcha. Just Office 365. Right. All right, we are getting there. So we've got, did we do all these? This? We got to comment it out, Z-index 2 somewhere. What is that? That's an old one. I'll just, yeah, I remember that. I'll just keep that comment, or I'll just delete that 2 for right now. And out of the comment. And that way, if I ever mess with that again, it'll break. And I'll have to address it. Okay, opponent popped indicator. Well, I guess let's do that. We'll do opponent popped indicator. This doesn't really apply anymore, but I kind of want to just keep it around, so we'll do it the right way. Okay, so all of these are good. Okay, so we've got, I'm going to do that one there. Opponent popped indicator. So we close that, close that, close that. Opponent popped indicator. There she is, the one and only. Opponent popped indicator. Z index equals 4. That's no good. We need to make that config dot z index dot. Oh no, z indexes dot. Look, what? Oh, we're not actually importing config, huh? Why is that auto import not working? Config. And it always imports the wrong one. That's VS Code for you. No, I guess, yeah, why wouldn't it just go up to the next level? It like starts at the root. I guess it starts at the root. And anyway, side detail. Config dot, what are we doing? Opponent popped indicator. Yeah. All right. All right, so that one is done. Now, scoreboard. Scoreboard. So scoreboard JS. All right, so we should have a bunch of Z indexes in here. We go back there. There we go. Okay, so we've got 3 of them, yes. Okay, so we've got first the line of the scoreboard. Scoreboard line, scoreboard player circle, scoreboard opponent circle. Okay. So we'll have, what do we got? We got a 0 there. So we'll do scoreboard line, 0. So here we will go config dot z indexes dot scoreboard line. Now, wait a minute. Did we import? Are we already? Beautiful. I'm going to get rid of all these imports here, these old imports. Okay. That was the 0. Where did it go? Okay, there we go. Okay, so then we've got scoreboard. I guess we'll just go down here. We'll go scoreboard. Score. Board. Player. Circle. 1. Karl Mark. What's going on, Karl Mark? Good to see you. Is from scratch referring to the kid's language or from nothing? That's a good question. It's a good question. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I have heard of Scratch. But no, it's referring to from nothing. And the reason why I put it in quotes is because, I don't know, with JavaScript, you know, it's with web browsers and everything that, you know, there's a lot of stuff done for you. It's kind of what I was, that's kind of why I put from scratch in quotes there. But yeah, welcome, Karl Mark. Thanks for hanging out. All right, let me just, I'll give you a little demo of what we're working on, Karl Mark. Wait a minute here. Did we do, okay, so let me just finish this last thought. Config.zindexes dot scoreboard player circle. And one more little thing here. We've got to do a scoreboard opponent circle, right? 2, and this is a 2. This is our first 2. Okay, so now change that to config dot z indexes dot scoreboard opponent circle. Wow, should work. I just know Michael Reeves used JS with Scratch, so I thought it was possible. Oh. Who is Michael Reeves? Retromo. Nice. You and Michael Reeves are tight, Retro MMO, aren't you? Crackhead YouTube engineer. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I assume, because I mean, yeah, what I know about Michael Reeves, and I've never watched any of his streams or whatever. I've seen a couple of I have seen a couple of his YouTube videos. But yeah, I guess he's doing whatever programming with like Raspberry Pi and stuff or something. Things like that. Little computers. I assume maybe is that where the kind of JavaScript and like something like Scratch comes into or something. He made a drone fly using Scratch. Okay. Nice. Yeah, but Karl Marx, yeah, what we're working on right now, and for anyone else who maybe just hopped on in recently, I'm actually going to be going offline in a little bit here. I'm kind of getting sleepy, to be honest. I was just finishing up one little cleanup thing, but yeah, I'll give you the little skinny on what we're working on. Carl, working on my game. It's called Populus. You can actually play it right now. It's I posted the link down there in the chat. Populus.gg. That's Populus.gg. Okay, base Python script is now running. Oh, this is you. Oh, when you were talking about Python before, Weemy, you were talking about you. We'll cheat the crap out of this game. Nice. Oh, is that what you were talking about with like bot stuff before? Yeah, we'll, well, anyway. Anyway, yeah, Karl Marx. So the game's one-on-one. If you click the play button, it'll join you up in a one-on-one match. And basically, you're trying to pop these bubbles as fast as you can, as many as you can in 30 seconds. So if you click the play button, it'll join you in a one-on-one match. Otherwise, practice will just be, on your own, single player. So if you click play, opponent found. I assume I'm in the match with you, Karl Marx. But yeah, I guess you maybe already got the hang of it. You're basically trying to pop the bubble that matches the color here. So you hover over this cyan bubble is the first one. Like the next one will be this navy one. So you hover over it with your mouse. You left click or hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. And you do that, and you just kind of keep going, and your timer's over here, and you just, see how many you can get in 30 seconds. It's kind of the idea. Pretty simple. Yeah, and then at the end here, we see you see your score in blue. So I got 17, and my opponent here got 21, which I assume was Karl Marx. Was you, Karl Marx? I'm kind of talking to you, but I'm talking to anyone out there, But yeah, you see, your bubbles pop, your pops per second, and mistakes, the amount of mistakes made. I got to figure out how to make this total time not look like it's part of your stat and like then it's missing there. Yeah, it's just kind of weird, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Karl Marx. I know you're probably like, oh, why did I come and watch this stream? I'm out now. Pretty boring. Dumb game, but yeah. The multiplayer is relatively new now. We went live with it on Saturday, I think. So it's cool. I like it. Oh, thanks, Carl. I appreciate it. Appreciate the kind comments. I challenge you all in chat. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Weemy, awesome game. Weemy, too kind. Weemy's got an awesome game. And Retro MMO, Retromo, has an awesome game. Which everybody should go check them out. But yeah. All right, I'm playing another one here. All right. But yes. Yeah, this is pretty much the game. Spent a lot of hours on this at this point. Quite a few hours. All right, 38, 31. Nice. GG's. GG's. I got a Discord as well. Not saying you have to join it, Carl. I'm just throwing it out there for anyone. But if you do join the Discord, if anyone joins the Discord, there is a Populus section on the side, and there's a little high scores channel. And if you go to that high scores channel, you can see Truyaksky's 124 pops in 30 seconds. He's got 124 pops. It's outrageous. Outrageous. So that's worth checking out. Truyaksky hasn't even seen the multiplayer yet. He didn't hop in this week at all during any of the streams, but yeah. So all right. Okay, so IPR Zach D, what's going on? Happy birthday, bro. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to respond to your text, Zach. I'm sorry. Didn't I? Yeah, all right. The shame. I actually didn't even see the video that you sent me yet, so I gotta check that out. Sorry. Zach, the multiplayer, I just assumed. The multiplayer is live now, Zach. It's live. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good to have it live right now. Just went live on Saturday, so not that long ago. And I got a favicon now. Favicon? It's just a red circle. I think I'm going to change it so it'll have a P. It'll have like a little white P. Or black. Yeah, white. It should be white, I think. But, Carl, I'm going to have to push and break that because I got a touchscreen. Nice. Nice. I like it. Yeah, by the way, the Populus does not work very well on mobile right now at all. I haven't put any effort into that. So if you do happen to pop it up on the phone, I'm sorry. It's just going to be not that awesome. The favicon take 3 days to code in, pretty much. No, I drew it in GIMP. Of course. That part was pretty quick. Gimme Dat Spice is now following. Gimme Dat Spice. Thank you. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. I really do. Yeah. So, well, Gimme Dat Spice might, I don't know, maybe you were lurking a little bit before, but I'll give, and Zach hasn't seen the multiplayer yet, so we'll just do the little game right there. So somebody was waiting. I just joined a game with somebody. Oh, and I didn't explain exactly how this thing works up here, but basically, whoever I'm playing right now is the red dot, basically, and I'm the black dot. The black dot doesn't move. It's kind of just like representing that my opponent is ahead of me right now. Like but if I start beating them, then the red dot will move this way and be on this side of the dot, right? So like if I try to catch whoever I'm playing right now really quickly. Oh, not in time. But that's kind of the idea there. Gimme Dat Spice. I'm learning Python RN. But I know JS is crucial to learn. Carl, you're really good. Oh, thanks, Carl. Appreciate that. I don't know about crucial Gimme Dat Spice. I mean, I know JS is like, well, Weemy is just talking about Python a little bit ago, so he's all for it. I was gonna say I don't know about JavaScript being crucial, depending on what you're doing. I guess I don't know what are you looking to do with programming. Gimme Dat Spice. Zach D just picked up a new rack mount. PDU, 16 sockets, going to replace my old Furman, ripping out Ripping my rack apart right now. Oh, sick. So you got it all out on the floor right now. What PDU? Oh, power. Did you mean to say PSU, or does PDU mean something else? Gonna replace the old Furman. Yeah, those Furmans you had were like 1,000,000 years old, weren't they? Even the one I have is like 10 years old now. Anyway. Well, right now, just to make cool things. Okay. Good deal. That's a good... In that case, yeah, I think Python... I don't really know anything about Python. I mean, I've never really done anything with Python. I mean, I'm familiar with it, but that's pretty much it. And Python has syntactic... Or is that or not syntactic? What's it called? Syntactic formatting, is that what it's called? That would drive me a little crazy. I couldn't really deal with that. Semantic formatting, is that how I'm supposed to say it? Power disbursement unit. All right. Gotcha. You get used to it. Well, for sure. For sure you do. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's cool. Give me that spice. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, I do a little bit of web. I don't like to consider myself a web developer, but I mean, because I'm really not that up to snuff on as far as web development goes. I mean, obviously, I'm building a web game. Oh, we're playing another game here. All right. I slowed down this animation, and this it feels a lot better now. It was way too fast before, and it felt like the little red dot would just kind of like it would like zip around real fast. It was just not. Now it feels much more smooth. I like it. All right. Are you going to monetize this game and release it online through ads? That's a good question. I really don't know. It's online right now. Give me that spice. I don't know if... Carl, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I'll be back soon. Yeah, I'm actually probably going to be heading out in a little bit, Carl. It's getting late for me. It's 11:06 p.m. Populus.gg. Yes, that's it. Give me that spice. So I got the Nightbot's got the link in there. Yes. So you can click that link. You can play it right now. And it's got multiplayer and everything. Maybe I'm playing you right now. Give me that spice. I'm playing someone. But yeah, so basically you're trying to pop the bubbles. You're trying to match the color of the bubble in this position here. And then you're going to pop it. So you hover your mouse over the bubble, and you left click, or you hit the space bar. And then basically you just keep going. These bubbles are going to shift up, and then you just keep going. You see how many you can pop in 30 seconds. And, oh boy. And that's pretty much it. And then at the end there, you see your stats. You see that I popped 12, and I guess maybe that was you. Give me that spice. Didn't pop any. 0. And you got mistakes and stuff like that. So mistakes like if you miss popping a bubble or whatever. If you click dead space, that's a mistake. You see the little red thing. Mistake. You pop the wrong bubble like this. I'm supposed to pop yellow, but I pop green. That's a mistake. So that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Oh boy. Oh Nelly. Come on. Oh. All right. IPR Zach D. I don't know if you're around still. There's a... I realized I've been kind of subconsciously doing your strategy that you brought up to me about playing this, where you're not really paying attention to... You're not really paying attention to this. You're more paying attention to the order that the bubbles appear. Because basically the orders that the next bubbles appear on screen is the order that you're going to be popping them. So as long as I'm paying attention to the bubbles as they come in, I can kind of play that way without looking too much over here. Yeah, so IPRZACD, there's a clip of me the other day. I don't know if you find it in my clips or something. I don't know where there should be like my clips. But I changed all the bubbles to just black color. And then I popped purely based upon your strategy, the strategy that you brought up, where you just look at the bubbles appearing. And I was able to do it. I was able to do it like pretty quickly because I was playing, you know, like I just trial and errored, and I got lucky. I trialed and errored, you know, just popped like the first 3 bubbles. And again, they were all black. So I had no I couldn't like just line up the first 3 like this, like, you know, this. I had to go just strictly off of, you know, so it was kind of, but the clip is kind of funny because I played with just black and I was like going pretty quickly, and it just looks kind of funny. I think the name of the clip is Wizardry. Retro MMO clipped it. Just using location memory. Yeah, exactly. And I realize that's pretty much how I play now, like without even thinking about it. And like only if I make a mistake, like I might try to recover. I might try to recover by looking off to the side there. Whoever's playing is not actually popping any bubbles right now. Oh, there they go. There's 1. 2. 3. 4. Oh, missed 1. 3. Oh, they got 4. Oh, okay, I missed 1 there. All right. Yeah, so the game's really crappy. It's bad. There's a lot of things that need to be changed. There's a lot of things that look awful. The main menu looks terrible. The colors are bad. But hey, you know, we'll get to it at some point. Did you just complain at my poor AI? What? Weemy, are you serious about that? I thought you were just kind of joking. You're crazy. You already got that going. You're supposed to be in bed, Weemy. It's like, I'm just kidding. I know you said you weren't going to go to bed. You're going to have to slam the coffee. So that was actually the AI playing. That was actually your bot playing, Weemy. Well done. Well done. We'll get another one going here. AI, yeah, what? Right. Can you join up another one here right now? Well, that's actually one of the things on my list, is to have some good bots, some actual like valid bots that will play the game. It's kind of the idea. Yeah, it's really happening on an interval. Nice. Man, you've been working hard on this because you have to like go in. Are you like, how exactly are you doing it? Because are you doing anything with the, are you doing anything graphically at all? Or are you just doing this all pure WebSocket? I'm curious. I'm impressed that you got that running that quickly. That's pretty cool. Nice. Because if you're just reading like the plain WebSocket data, I mean, yeah, I guess you could kind of just, well, I guess you just take the bubble positions. You just take the bubble positions that come in from WebSockets, and then you just send clicks back to the WebSocket server with those positions. I guess that's actually probably the way to do it. That actually would be pretty simple, and you wouldn't need to do anything. Yeah. Interesting. I might actually do, no, it's mouse movements? Oh. Wow, all right, that's pretty cool. I would like to see that. Wow. Yeah, I would like to actually see that. All right. All right, so we got to finish what we were doing quick, and now I've already gone like 20 million minutes longer than what I thought I was going to go. All right. Well, in that case, nice. All right, so we've got, what do we have left here? What do we have left? We've got a couple Z indexes with numbers. We got the tutorial. That's all that we've got left. We got the tutorial, and then we need to test. Where's the tutorial? Let's fire up the tutorial. There we go. We got a Z index 0 right there. Whoops. Switch back here. All right, there we go. Tutorial file is pretty beefy. Okay, we got Z index 3. And that's for the play. Oh, okay, that's for the play area. So we just actually start using config.zindexes.play area. Yeah, actually, that's probably all we're going to do for all of this. Bubble. Yeah, so then this just ends up becoming config.zindexes.bubble. And this one just becomes config.zindexes.cursorTrail. Cursor trail. There it is. All right, I believe we are done now. But the way to, oh boy, the way to actually test that would be to change. We go to our drawable and we make this not be 0. We're going to see if we get any errors. Are we getting any weird things? I don't think so. Everything should have a Z index for the most part, right? What about the nav meter bubbles? Nav meter bubble. Let's look at that real quick. Nav bubble. Where do we actually set up the nav bubbles? In the nav meter, right? Nav meter bubbles. Ah. All right. So I guess, let me just CLG nav bubbles right here. All right, so play. Oh, I should have just hit practice. There we go. Nav bubble. So we should have a Z index and it's undefined. Why can't JavaScript just give me real errors? Like throw real errors. Like how can I, okay, where do we actually do? We need to go to our cursor. Okay, canvas wrapper. All right. Super highly confluential debugger. Well, welcome, super highly confluential. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Actually, well, the problem is that what I would like to happen is that I'm trying to find my thing somewhere. My draw pair. No. Oh, no. There's like a method down here. Yeah, add drawer. Okay, so okay, so I guess, Yeah, I mean, I guess this is just a JavaScript thing, but whatever. So z-index is undefined. Z-index is undefined in some cases, and this thing just works fine, like this little sort thing. Well, if z-index, am I supposed, can I just do type undefined, or am I supposed to do equals type of undefined or something? Or is it type? I don't remember. I think I can just do equals undefined. We'll see if this works. All right, so if that works, we're going to print the drawer function. Right? Am I right? Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. All right, so we already got some stuff. So what is this stuff? Probably the title. Probably this thing. You could also do not z-index. Oh, right. I probably should. Well, no, because z-index can be 0, and zeros are good. So that, because not z-index when z-index is 0 would be true. So the zeros are good. It's basically an integer. The z-index should be some number that's not, should be an integer, right? But, so, okay, so we get a couple things, and if I continue, whoops, okay, so we got a bunch more. I knew this was going to be a pain. I knew it. How do we fix this? Well, I guess all of these things are 0 for the z-index, so maybe we really don't care. But the problem is if I need to go in and change them. All right, so we're gonna So we're gonna go back and just leave it the way it was, because that we're just gonna have to. And it pox on me for doing it bad. Yeah, because what I'm doing is I'm actually initializing z-index to 0, and that's what I was doing in the past. But now I'm realizing, no, I think I should have, I'm trying to list all the z-index possibilities here in my config file. And then I want every object where it needs to set a z-index, I want it to use one of these properties from this file. But now I've got a bunch that I don't know, well, I do know where they are, and I could, if I put in the effort, I could track them all down. But at this point, it's kind of like, I don't know. And because JavaScript, I can't like trace up this path. But anyway, I can't like easily find all of the things that would be like this, you know. So, yeah. So I'm a little, well, I'm not stuck because we're kind of fine with where we are right now. And this is good enough to get me kind of going with what I wanted to do next after this, which we're not going to do today. We're going to wrap up the stream because we've almost gone 4 whole hours. That's crazy. I was only thinking we were going to go 3. So yes, I think we're going to start to wrap up the stream now. And by start to wrap up the stream, I mean wrap up the stream. So quick recap. What did we do today? Well, we kept working on our client reconnection thing, which is actually working pretty well. So if the server goes down, the clients reconnect themselves to the WebSocket server pretty nicely. Which reminds me, I need to change, just before I forget, I want to change that back to, yes, 30 seconds. So the clients will attempt to reconnect on 30-second intervals. And we pretty much just, we did all of this on Tuesday's stream, but we kind of went and back to tonight and just checked everything to make sure everything was working and that there weren't any weird cases. We fixed a couple of things, but there's still also a couple of holes that we need to address at some point. But for the most part, I think we're kind of good enough with that for now. And secondly, we started just reorganizing these Z indexes, these Z indices. So we started getting them all into one spot in our config file because we are going to go next. What I'd like to do is get our new little error flashing thing. So yes, that's pretty much the spiel. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna start shutting down our stream here. We might do a little raid. Actually, I saw that Blue Exabyte was online, so we might. Blue's raided me before, so we might go throw him a raid. He's not programming though. He's playing a game. So yeah, I'll just throw the Discord chat, then the Populus link down there for anyone interested. You can check that out. Got a Discord, whatever. You can see, if you join the Discord, you can see Truyaksky's 124 pops in 30 seconds. World record. Just insane record. But yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice and I'm starting to get really sleepy. It's 11:25 p.m. my time, so yeah, I typically stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So I get started in the morning, kind of work throughout the American work day. And I'm trying to do Thursday night streams. I'm trying to make that a real thing. And we did it tonight. We did it for 4 hours, which is a lot longer than I thought we probably would have done. So that's cool. But otherwise, what? I set the stream schedule. I plugged the Discord, plugged the game. Yeah. I guess, thank you all. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. It's crazy how far we come. How many likes or how many follows we've got. How many subs we've got. I mean, 18 subs right now. Thanks again to Anonymous for gifting a sub. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are awesome. I mean, yeah, it's nuts that people are throwing money my way. That's a little crazy. That's a little crazy. So, yeah. I think we're signing off. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I really do. Thank you so much. We'll be back here Monday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, according to the calendar, everything should be, the stars should all be aligned. We'll continue working. And probably after that, probably after Monday, we'll probably push up the new version of Populus that'll up to the cloud there, and we'll have the new reconnect thing working, and possibly our new little error flashing screen. That'll be nice. So, without further ado, I think we can get a little raid on. Yeah, so Blue Exabyte's playing Valorant right now, but so I know you guys are here for game dev, but Blue does some dev stuff too. But he's playing a game right now, but Blue is given me a lot of support, so we'll throw some back his way, if that sounds all right. Okay. Forget how to raid. Weemy to go. Have nice sleep. Yeah, thanks, Weemy. You should probably sleep too, or you're going to be pounding the coffee tomorrow at work. All right. I forget how to raid. I always forget how to raid. Here we go. Raid channel. Blue. Sick. All right. Queuing up that fat raid for Blue here. All right, it's loading. Some people are getting ready. I don't know what happens with the raid. I don't know what it looks like. All right, there we go. All right, we're raiding now. Thank you guys so much. Weemee's got work in 30 minutes. Holy cow, he did an all-nighter. That's crazy. All right. Andy wrote a Populus bot, which is pretty sick. Can't wait to see more on that. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you in the next one. We'll say hi to Blue now. Blue Exabyte, that is. So catch you guys later. Thanks so much again. Adios. Ta-ta for now. Sayonara. Can't think of anything else to say bye with, but see you guys.